Imagine the stone is still warm beneath your feet. The sun has just slipped behind the rooftops, and what remains is only a soft glow along the western edges of the 7 hills. You can feel the heat of the day rising up from the cobbles, mixing with evening air that moves almost too slowly to call a breeze. Somewhere close by, a door scrapes shut. Somewhere further away, someone is calling out in a language your ears barely catch. A name perhaps, or a simple goodbye before the darkness settles in. The light is fading now, not quickly, but with a gentle reluctance, as if the day itself is tired and ready to rest. Above you, the sky has turned from pale blue to something deeper, something that holds the first hints of stars not yet visible. You lift your head slightly and catch the smell of cooking smoke drifting from somewhere inside a courtyard. Olive oil, maybe? Herbs you cannot name. A warmth that has nothing to do with the sun and everything to do with people gathering close before the night takes full hold. This is Rome. Not the marble monuments you have read about. Not the emperors or the battles or the grand processions you've seen in paintings. This is the other Rome, the one that only truly awakens when the light begins to fail. And as the shadows stretch longer across the worn stones beneath you, you realize you're arriving at the only hour when the city becomes itself. The sun is gone now, the lamps are not yet lit, and somewhere in the space between day and darkness, Rome is holding its breath. You're standing on a street that has no name, at least none that anyone would bother to tell you. The ground slopes gently beneath you, worn smooth by centuries of sandals and bare feet, by the endless passing of carts and animals, and people who lived and died long before you ever drew breath. The stone is a pale grey in the fading light, but you can see where it has been stained darker in places, by oil, by wine, by rain, that fell 1,000 years ago and left its mark in ways no amount of washing could ever remove. To your left, a building rises 3 stories high, its wooden balcony sagging just slightly in the middle. Someone has hung a faded cloth from the railing, perhaps to dry, perhaps to keep the last of the daylight from reaching a sleeping child inside. The windows are small and uneven, placed not for beauty but for need. You can see cracks running through the plaster between them, thin lines that catch the dying light and turn it into something almost golden. Laundry hangs from ropes stretched across the narrow space above your head, tunics and blankets and things you cannot quite identify, all of them moving ever so slightly in air that has finally begun to cool. The street narrows ahead of you, then widens again, then narrows once more, as if the buildings themselves cannot decide how much space they wish to claim. Doorways appear at irregular intervals, some open to reveal dark interiors you cannot see into, others closed with heavy wooden doors, banded in iron that has turned reddish-brown with age. A few of these doors have small offerings placed before them, a sprig of herbs tied with wool, a shallow dish holding something that might be dried figs, a tiny clay figure no larger than your thumb, its features worn smooth by weather and by the fingers of those who pause here to ask for protection before entering their homes. You walk slowly. There is no reason to hurry. The night is only beginning, and the city understands something that modern streets have forgotten, that darkness is not an enemy to be conquered with light, but a presence to be respected, a blanket that will cover everything in its own time. Your footsteps echo faintly against the walls on either side of you, not sharply, not urgently, but with a soft rhythm that matches the slowing of your breath. Somewhere above you, a shutter closes. Somewhere below, beneath the stones, you can hear water moving through channels so old that no one living remembers when they were built. The air smells of dust and olive oil, and something green and sharp that might be rosemary growing in a pot on someone's rooftop garden. You pass a corner where 2 streets meet, and for a moment you can see across a small open space to where a fountain trickles water into a stone basin. The sound is soft and steady, not a rush, not a splash, but a patient dripping that has continued in this same spot for hundreds of years, through summers and winters, through emperors and fires, and the slow crumbling of buildings that once stood proudly where only shadows remain now. A dog barks somewhere in the distance, once, twice, then falls silent. You hear the sound of a baby crying from an upper floor, and then a woman's voice, low, soothing, too distant for you to understand the words, but not too distant for you to feel their meaning. Hush, she is saying, hush now, the night is here. The night will hold you, and the crying fades into something softer, something that might be a lullaby, or might simply be the sound of a mother breathing close to her child's ear until sleep arrives. The 7 hills rise around you like the shoulders of sleeping giants. You cannot see all of them from where you stand, but you feel them, the way the ground lifts and falls, the way the streets curve to accommodate slopes too steep for straight lines, the way the buildings stack upon one another like boxes carried up a stairway and left to rest wherever they happen to land. The Palatine is somewhere to your right, though you would not know its name unless someone told you. The Capitoline lifts its bulk to the north, crowned with temples whose outlines you can barely make out against the deepening blue of the sky. The Aventine sleeps to the south, quieter than the others, wrapped in the kind of darkness that suggests gardens and old trees and the homes of people who value silence over spectacle. And everywhere around you, threaded through every alley and every courtyard and every narrow passage where 2 people cannot walk side by side, there is the smell of cooking. Not the cooking of a single kitchen, but the cooking of thousands of them, all releasing their evening offerings into the air at once. Bread, certainly. Bread is everywhere, its warm grain scent rising from ovens that have been heating since midday, but also onions softening in oil, fish grilling over coals, a sharp, salty smell that might be fermented fish sauce, garum they call it here, though the word matters less than the way it hangs in the air, sharp and deep and ancient, lentils bubbling in a clay pot, cheese that has been warmed until it begins to release its oils. And beneath all of these, the constant, quiet presence of the olive oil, the thing that ties every meal together, the golden thread that runs through every Roman kitchen from the poorest insula to the grandest villa on the hill. The light has continued to fade while you have been standing here, or walking, or whatever it is you're doing in this city that exists somewhere between memory and stone. The sky is no longer blue at all. It has become a deep, soft purple along its highest edges, shading downward into a band of orange that clings to the horizon like the last ember of a fire that has nearly burned itself to cold ash. The stars have begun to appear, though you cannot see them clearly yet, just a few of the brightest ones, scattered across the heavens like seeds thrown by a hand too generous to care where they land. Torches have been lit at some of the street corners, though not at all of them. Their flames are small and steady, protected from the evening air by iron cages or by the simple depth of the niches where they burn. They do not cast a wide light. They do not try to conquer the darkness. They simply mark certain places, a crossroads, a temple entrance, the door of a public building where someone might need to read a notice posted on the wall. Between these pools of light, the streets exist in a kind of soft twilight, visible enough for you to find your way, dark enough to remind you that night has its own claims on this world. You pass a shrine built into the wall of a bakery. It is small, no larger than a bread box, but someone has tended to it recently. A tiny oil lamp burns inside, its flame no bigger than your thumbnail. A few wilted flowers lie on the shelf beneath a painted figure you cannot quite make out in the dimness. Perhaps a household god, perhaps an ancestor, perhaps simply a face that someone loved and wanted to remember after the sun went down. The paint has flaked away in places, leaving only hints of the original colours, a scrap of red here, a trace of blue there, but the eyes of the figure still seem to watch the street, patient and untroubled by the centuries that have passed since someone first carved this small space out of the wall. You hear footsteps behind you and turn to see an old man walking slowly in your direction. He carries a clay lamp in one hand, its small flame casting just enough light to show you the wrinkles around his eyes and the grey stubble on his chin. He does not look at you. He does not seem to notice you at all. His gaze is fixed on the ground, a few steps ahead of him, watching where he places his feet, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who has walked these streets for 60 years and knows every loose stone, every uneven patch, every place where rainwater pools after a storm. He passes so close to you that you can smell the wool of his tunic, washed recently perhaps, but still carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and sweat, and the particular mustiness of clothes dried indoors. He disappears around a corner, and the street is quiet again. Not silent, the city is never truly silent, but quiet in the way that a room becomes quiet after the last guest has left, when the only sounds are the settling of old wood and the distant murmur of traffic on a road you cannot see. Crickets have begun their evening song, though you did not notice when they started. Their voices rise and fall in waves, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, sometimes seeming to come from everywhere at once, other times retreating into a background hum that you forget until it swells again. A cart rumbles past at the far end of the street, its iron-shod wheels striking sparks from the cobblestones in the darkness. You cannot see what it carries, perhaps amphorae of wine, perhaps sacks of grain, perhaps nothing more than the driver and his exhaustion, both of them heading home after a long day on the roads outside the city walls. The sound fades slowly, the rattle of wheels and the creak of wood growing softer and softer until you're not certain whether you still hear it or merely remember hearing it. The moon has risen while you were not watching. It is not full, perhaps 3/4, perhaps a little less, but its light is enough to change the character of everything it touches. The rooftops that were merely dark shapes against the sky now have edges, contours, a soft silver glow that makes them look like waves frozen at the moment of breaking. The street beneath your feet is no longer simply dark and light, but patterned. Here a patch of moonlight, there a shadow cast by an overhanging balcony, here a puddle of deeper darkness, where two buildings lean so close together that their upper stories nearly touch. You realise you have been walking without any particular destination, following the curve of the streets as they lead you gently downhill, then up again, then around a corner that opens onto a small square you did not know existed. There is a well in the centre of this square, its stone rim worn smooth by ropes that have descended into the darkness below for longer than you can imagine. A woman is drawing water from it now, her movements slow and practiced, as she pulls up the bucket, hand over hand. The rope makes a soft sound against the stone, a rhythmic whisper that matches the rising and falling of her shoulders. She fills a clay jug, sets it on her hip, and walks away without hurry, her sandals making no sound at all on the worn stones. You stand by the well for a moment, or perhaps longer. Time moves differently here. The night has its own clock, measured not in hours but in the fading of lamps, the cooling of stones, the slow drift of smoke from 1,000 cooking fires that are beginning to die down as meals end and families gather close. Somewhere above you, on one of those rooftops you can barely see, someone is playing a pipe. Not a tune you recognise, not a tune you could hum, but a melody so old that it seems to come from the stones themselves, rising up through the darkness, like the memory of every night that has ever passed over this city. And the city, without hurry, settled deeper into the night. The sun has been gone for perhaps an hour now, and the transformation is almost complete. During the daylight hours, Rome is a city of noise and motion, of merchants shouting their prices, of politicians striding through the forum with their togas trailing behind them, of children chasing dogs through crowded markets while their mothers call out warnings that no one hears. But night changes everything. The same streets that groaned under the weight of carts and crowds now hold only scattered figures moving with a different kind of purpose. The same buildings that seemed merely functional in the harsh light of midday now reveal something older, something deeper, something that was always there, but only becomes visible when the shadows grow long enough to erase the sharp edges of the world. You are standing at the edge of a neighborhood that might be Subura, though no one has told you this, and perhaps it does not matter. The streets here are narrower than elsewhere, the buildings taller, the balconies so close together that a person could almost step from one side of the street to the other without touching the ground. Laundry lines crisscross above your head like the rigging of a ship, and the air smells of wool and wood smoke, and the particular sourness that comes from too many people living in too small a space, with too few windows to let the evening air move through. A young man passes you carrying a clay lamp on a long handle, its flame protected by a metal shield on 3 sides. He walks quickly, not quite running, his sandals slapping against the stones in a rhythm that speaks of urgency rather than fear. You watch him disappear around a corner, and for a moment you can see the light of his lamp moving like a firefly through the darkness, bobbing and weaving as he navigates streets you cannot see. Then he is gone, and the only lights remaining are the few torches at the intersections and the faint glow that escapes from beneath doorways where families have not yet banked their fires for the night. The Romans do not fear the darkness the way later centuries will learn to fear it. They do not see the night as a time of evil spirits or supernatural dangers, or rather, they see it that way sometimes, in certain contexts, during certain festivals, when the boundaries between worlds grow thin. But on an ordinary evening, on a night like this one, the darkness is simply a fact. It is the time when work ends for most people and begins for others. It is when the city exhales after holding its breath all day. It is when the sounds change, from the sharp cries of the marketplace to the softer murmur of voices behind closed doors, from the clatter of wheels on stone to the distant barking of dogs, and the occasional shout of someone calling goodnight to a neighbour 3 floors above. You walk deeper into the neighbourhood, and the buildings seem to close in around you, not threateningly, there is nothing threatening about this, but intimately, the way a forest closes in around a path that has been travelled for so many years that the trees have learned to lean toward one another. The walls on either side of you are made of brick and concrete, and something that might be volcanic stone, dark and porous and rough to the touch. Here and there, patches of plaster still cling to the surface, painted in faded colours that you can barely make out in the dim light. A strip of red here, a square of yellow there, the ghost of a design that someone once took pride in but that now exists only as memory and shadow. A doorway to your right stands open, and you pause for a moment to look inside. It is a workshop of some kind, a cobbler's shop perhaps, or a leather worker's. The space is small, barely large enough to hold the wooden bench that sits against the far wall and the shelves that hold tools you cannot identify in the darkness. A single oil lamp burns on the bench, its flame casting just enough light to show you the outline of a man's back as he bends over his work. He does not look up. His hands move slowly, methodically, pulling thread through leather with a rhythm that has continued for hours and will continue for hours more. He is one of the night workers, one of the thousands of Romans whose labour does not end when the sun goes down, but simply changes character, becomes quieter, more solitary, more suited to the small circle of light that surrounds a single lamp on a single bench in a single room on a street where no one is watching. You move on, and the street opens suddenly into a small courtyard, surrounded on all sides by buildings that rise 4 or 5 stories into the darkness. This is not a public space, not exactly. It is the kind of courtyard that exists because the buildings around it were constructed without quite touching, leaving a gap that became a gathering place for the people who live above. A few wooden benches have been placed against the walls, and on one of them sits an old woman with a basket in her lap. She is sorting something, beans perhaps or lentils, picking through them one by one and dropping them into a clay bowl at her feet. Her fingers move without her seeming to watch them, her gaze fixed on something in the middle distance that you cannot see. Perhaps she's remembering. Perhaps she's simply tired. Perhaps she's doing what old women have always done at the end of the day, finding a small repetitive task to occupy her hands while her mind drifts somewhere else. Above the courtyard, in a window on the 3rd floor, you see the silhouette of a man against a faint light. He is leaning on the windowsill, looking out at the darkness with an expression you cannot read. His elbow rests on the stone, his chin on his hand, and he does not move for so long that you begin to wonder if he is asleep with his eyes open. Then he shifts, straightens, turns away from the window, and the light inside his room brightens for a moment as he adds oil to a lamp before dimming again as he settles back into whatever domestic evening routine his household follows. You leave the courtyard through an arched passage so low that you have to duck your head slightly, and you find yourself on a street that seems wider than the others, wide enough for 2 carts to pass, perhaps, though there are no carts here now. The buildings on either side are older than the ones you have been walking among, their brickwork darker, their windows smaller, their doorways framed with stone that has been carved into shapes that remind you of something you cannot quite name. A temple, perhaps, though it is too small for a temple. A shrine, though it is too large for a shrine. Whatever it was, whatever purpose it served when it was built 100 years ago or 200 years ago, it is now someone's home. You can see a woman's shadow moving behind the grille of what was once a sacred window, and you can hear the sound of a child laughing somewhere inside. The street slopes downward here, toward the Tiber. You can smell the river now, that particular smell of wet stone and slow-moving water and the thick, fertile mud that lines the banks. The moon has climbed higher while you've been walking, and its light is stronger now, silvering the rooftops and turning the street into a ribbon of pale grey that winds between the darker shapes of the buildings. You follow it without thinking, letting your feet find their own way, and after a few minutes you emerge onto a broad avenue that runs parallel to the river's course. This is different. This is not the Rome of narrow streets and overhanging balconies. This is a Rome of public buildings and porticos, of colonnades that stretch for entire city blocks, of open spaces where the moonlight can fall freely without being broken by laundry lines and wooden balconies. You can see the outline of a massive building to your left, a warehouse perhaps, or a market hall, its roof rising in a gentle curve that seems to absorb the moonlight and turn it into something softer. The river is close enough now that you can hear it moving, a low, continuous sound that is neither loud nor soft but simply present, like breathing. A man is walking toward you from the other direction, and as he draws closer, you see that he is wearing the uniform of the night watch, a simple tunic with a leather belt, a wooden club at his hip, a lantern swinging from his hand on a chain. He nods at you as he passes, not quite a greeting, more an acknowledgement that you exist and that he has seen you, and that nothing about you seems to require his attention. The vigilantes, they call them, the ones who walk the streets at night, watching for fires, watching for trouble, watching for the kind of darkness that sometimes spills over into violence. There are not enough of them. Everyone knows this. The night watch is small, underpaid, and spread too thin across a city of more than 1 million people. But they are here, walking these streets, carrying their lanterns through the darkness. And something about their presence, even their limited, insufficient presence, changes the character of the night. The watchman disappears behind you, and you continue walking along the river. The buildings on your right are taller here, their upper stories reaching toward the sky, like hands trying to catch the moonlight. These are the insulae, the apartment blocks where most Romans live, and at night they become something almost beautiful. The small windows that seemed merely functional during the day now glow with the warm light of oil lamps, each one a tiny square of gold against the dark stone. Some of these windows are open to the evening air, and you can hear fragments of sound drifting down from above. A man's voice telling a story, a woman's voice singing something soft and slow. the clink of pottery as someone clears away the remains of a meal. You stop walking for a moment, or perhaps you have stopped without meaning to. There is a fountain here, built into the wall of a public building, and water is falling from a carved stone mask into a basin below. The sound is steady and soothing. Splash, pause, splash, and you find yourself watching the way the moonlight catches each drop as it falls, turning it into something that looks almost like liquid silver. A cat is drinking from the basin, its small tongue lapping at the water in a rhythm that matches the falling drops. It sees you but does not move, does not even seem to care that you're there. This is its fountain, its street, its night. You are only passing through. The truth is that Roman nights are not quiet. This is something that surprises most people who only know the city from books and paintings. They imagine the ancient world falling silent when the sun goes down, the way a small town falls silent, the way a rural village falls silent. But Rome is never silent. Even now, in what feels like the middle of the night, you can hear sounds coming from every direction, from above and below, from behind walls and across courtyards, from streets you cannot see and buildings you will never enter. A baby crying, a dog barking, a man coughing somewhere on the 4th floor of the building across the street. The distant sound of laughter from a tavern 2 blocks away, the creak of a cart somewhere near the river, the slap of sandals on stone as someone walks home alone. These sounds do not compete with one another. They layer the way instruments layer in a piece of music that has been playing for centuries and will continue playing long after you're gone. Some are loud, some are soft, some are so faint that you're not certain you're hearing them at all, but together they create something that is not noise but texture, the texture of a city breathing, of a million people living their lives in close proximity, of walls that are thin enough to carry whispers and balconies that are close enough to pass a cup of wine from one neighbour to another. You turn away from the river and walk back into the narrower streets, the ones that feel like the real Rome, the one that exists beneath and between the public monuments and the grand avenues. Here the buildings are so close together that you cannot see the moon except when you look straight up, and even then, the strip of sky between the rooftops is so narrow that it feels like looking up from the bottom of a well. The walls are damp here, cooler than the air, and you can smell the particular mustiness that comes from stone that has not seen sunlight for centuries. A door opens to your left, and warm light spills out into the street for a moment before a figure steps through and pulls the door closed behind her. She is carrying a basket on her head, not a large basket, just a small one, balanced perfectly on a cloth pad, and from the smell of it, you guess it contains bread, fresh bread, baked somewhere nearby, still warm enough that its scent fills the narrow street like a blessing. She walks past you without speaking, her bare feet making almost no sound on the stones, and you watch her until she turns a corner and the darkness swallows her. You realize suddenly that you're hungry. Not urgently hungry, not painfully hungry, but aware in a distant way that you have not eaten since before the sun went down, and that the smells coming from behind these walls, bread and onions, and something cooking in oil, are making your stomach remember its emptiness. But this is not a city where you can simply walk into any building and ask for food. These are homes, private spaces, places where families have gathered after long days of work and will not welcome a stranger at their door. The taverns are elsewhere, on the main streets, near the intersections, in the places where travellers pass and locals gather to drink and talk and forget the weight of the day. You find yourself walking uphill now, though you did not intend to. The street is steeper here, and the stones are worn so smooth in the centre that you have to watch your feet to keep from slipping. The buildings on either side are older still, their brickwork patched in places with newer stone, their windows protected by iron grills that cast strange shadows on the walls when the occasional torchlight reaches them. Some of these grills are ornate, twisted into patterns that must have taken hours of work, and you find yourself wondering who lived here, who could afford such protection, who felt the need to guard their windows against the night. A woman's voice floats down from somewhere above you, singing a song in a language that sounds like Latin, but moves differently than the Latin you have heard spoken in the streets. The melody is simple, just a few notes rising and falling in a pattern that seems to have no beginning and no end, and you realize after a moment that she is singing to a child. The words are soft, almost whispered, meant only for the small ears that are listening somewhere in the darkness of that room. You cannot understand the words, not exactly, but you understand their meaning. Sleep, she is singing. Sleep now. The night is here. The night will watch over you. Sleep. The song fades as you continue walking, or perhaps it simply becomes part of the background, woven into the other sounds of the night, until you cannot tell where the singing ends and the crickets begin. You pass a small shrine built into a wall, not the household shrine you saw earlier, but something larger, something more public, with offerings laid out on a stone shelf that runs the length of the niche. A few coins, a small clay figure, a bundle of herbs tied with red wool, a tiny oil lamp still burning, its flame so low that it is almost out, but not quite. Someone will come to tend it before the night is over. Someone always comes. The moon has moved across the sky while you have been walking, and the shadows have shifted with it, stretching in new directions, revealing things that were hidden an hour ago and hiding things that were visible. The street you are on now is almost empty, not of buildings, not of people, but of the signs of life that have accompanied you through the rest of your walk. The windows here are dark. The doors are closed. The sounds from behind the walls are muffled, distant, as if the people inside have already settled into sleep and are only dreaming of the sounds they would make if they were awake. You are in a different part of the city now, a wealthier part perhaps, or simply a quieter one. The buildings here are set back from the street, with small gardens in front of them and walls high enough to block the view of anyone passing by. You can hear water trickling somewhere inside one of these gardens, a fountain perhaps, or a small stream channeled through the property for the pleasure of the people who live there. The air smells different here, less of cooking smoke and more of flowers, of herbs, of the particular green scent that comes from well-watered plants growing in warm soil. A torch burns at the entrance to one of these houses, its flame protected by a metal hood that keeps it from being extinguished by the evening breeze. The light falls on a mosaic set into the threshold, a simple design of waves and fish, the kind of image that tells visitors that the person who lives here has seen the sea, has travelled, has money enough to bring a piece of the coast back to the city. You stand for a moment looking at the mosaic, at the way the torchlight makes the coloured stones seem to move, to ripple, to shimmer like real water. Then you turn away and continue walking, because this is not your world, and these are not your people, and you're only passing through. The street leads you back toward the river, or perhaps toward the centre of the city, or perhaps toward nothing in particular. It is hard to tell direction in the darkness, hard to know whether you're walking north or south, or simply in circles. The Romans have solved this problem by building landmarks that can be seen from almost anywhere. Temple roofs rising above the surrounding buildings, the great bulk of the Colosseum visible between the insula, the imperial palaces on the Palatine glowing with the light of 1,000 lamps. But you are not in the monumental centre now. You are in the ordinary Rome, the Rome of bakers and cobblers and tavern keepers, the Rome that does not care whether you can find your way, because it assumes you already know where you're going. A group of men emerges from a side street ahead of you, 4 of them, maybe 5, their voices carrying across the darkness in a way that tells you they have been drinking. They are not loud, not aggressive, just talkative, their words tumbling over one another in the easy rhythm of old friends who've spent the evening sharing wine and stories and the particular kind of laughter that comes when the day's work is done. One of them is carrying a lamp, and the light catches their faces as they pass you. ordinary faces, weathered and tired and content. The faces of men who will sleep well tonight and wake before dawn to begin their work again. You step aside to let them pass, and one of them nods at you. A small gesture, barely noticeable, but enough to acknowledge that you exist, that you are here, that you are part of the same night that holds them. Then they are gone, their voices fading into the distance, their lamp bobbing like a fallen star as they turn a corner and disappear from view. The street is quiet again. The moon has slipped behind a cloud, and for a moment the darkness seems deeper, more complete, as if the city is holding its breath. Then the cloud passes, the moonlight returns, and you can see the rooftops again. The familiar rooftops, the ones that have been here for centuries, the ones that will be here for centuries more, slowly crumbling and being rebuilt and crumbling again in the endless cycle of a city that does not know how to die. A lamp is lit in a window across the street. Not a household lamp, you realise, but a public one, a sign that someone is still awake and willing to receive visitors. You cannot tell what kind of establishment it is. A tavern, perhaps, or a shop that stays open late, or simply a home where the inhabitants have not yet gone to bed. The light is warm and golden, spilling out through the open window in a rectangle that falls across the cobblestones, like a welcome mat woven from fire. You do not go toward it, not yet. There will be time for taverns later, time for the warmth of wine and the company of strangers. For now, you are content to walk, to let the streets guide you, to feel the ancient stones beneath your feet, and the ancient sky above your head, and the ancient darkness pressing gently against your skin, and the city, without hurry, settle deeper into the night. The smell reaches you before you see the light. The smell of wine, yes, but also of bread, of olive oil, of something roasting over coals that fills the narrow street with a warmth that has nothing to do with temperature. You have been walking for what feels like a long time, following streets that seem to lead nowhere and everywhere at once, and now your body is telling you that it would like to rest, would like to sit down, would like to be among people who are doing nothing more urgent than drinking and talking and letting the night carry them where it will. The tavern is tucked into the ground floor of an insula, its entrance marked by a wooden door that has been propped open to catch the evening air, and by a sign painted on the wall above. A bunch of grapes, faded but still visible, still promising the thing that every traveller seeks when the sun goes down. You pause at the threshold, looking inside, and what you see is not what you expected. Not a rowdy bar fight, not the kind of dangerous drinking den that the moralists like to warn about. Just a room, perhaps 15 feet across, with a counter along the back wall, and a few wooden tables arranged in no particular order. A clay lamp burns on each table, their flames low and steady, casting just enough light for you to see the faces of the people sitting there. There are perhaps a dozen of them, men and women both, though more men than women, scattered across the room in groups of 2 and 3. No one is shouting, no one is fighting, no one is doing anything more dramatic than drinking wine from clay cups and talking in voices that rise and fall like the tide. The air is thick with smoke, from the lamps, from the cooking fire at the back of the room, from the pipes that a few of the customers are smoking, their faces disappearing behind clouds of herbal smoke that smell of mint and something sweeter that you cannot identify. You step inside, and the change is immediate. The street was cool, the tavern is warm. The street was quiet, the tavern is filled with the murmur of voices, the clink of pottery, the soft sound of a lyre being played somewhere in a corner you cannot see. The warmth wraps around you like a blanket, and you realise how much cooler the night has become while you are walking, how much of your body's heat has leached away into the evening air. You stand for a moment just inside the door, letting the warmth find its way into your bones. And no one looks at you, no one stares, no one makes you feel like a stranger in a place where you do not belong. A woman appears from behind the counter, the tavern keeper, you assume, or perhaps just someone who works here. She is middle-aged, with grey streaking her dark hair and lines around her eyes that speak of years spent in rooms lit by oil lamps. Years of watching people drink and talk and slowly unwind the tensions of the day. She does not smile at you. Tavern keepers in this city do not smile at strangers, not until they know whether the stranger has money and whether the stranger is likely to cause trouble. But she nods, a small gesture that says she has seen you and that you're welcome to sit if you wish. You choose a table near the wall, away from the door, away from the counter, a table where you can sit with your back to the plaster and watch the room without anyone watching you. The bench is wooden, worn smooth by generations of customers, and it creaks slightly when you sit down. The table is scarred, rings from cups, scratches from knives, words carved into the surface by people who wanted to leave some mark of their presence before they walked back out into the night. You run your fingers over the carvings, feeling the letters without reading them, and you wonder who sat here before you, what they drank, what they talked about, whether they went home to someone waiting or whether they slept alone in a room somewhere above this very tavern. The woman comes to your table, carrying a clay cup and a small jug. She sets the cup down in front of you. It is chipped, you notice, the rim worn smooth by lips that have drunk from it thousands of times, and she pours a stream of dark red wine that catches the lamplight and turns it into something almost black. The wine is mixed with water. All Roman wine is mixed with water, except for the drinking of barbarians and the very poor, and you can smell the resin they have added to preserve it, a sharp piney scent that rises from the cup, like the memory of a forest you have never visited. You do not ask how much it costs. You do not need to. The price of wine in a tavern like this is the same for everyone. A few small coins, an amount so trivial that no one bothers to negotiate. You reach into the fold of your tunic. You're wearing a tunic now, you realise, though you did not put one on. The night has dressed you in the clothes of this place, the way dreams dress you in clothes that belong to the dream. And you find a few bronze coins waiting there. You place them on the table, and the woman picks them up without counting them, without even looking at them, and disappears back behind the counter. The wine is warm, not hot. No one would serve hot wine on an evening like this, but warm in the way that wine becomes when it has been sitting near the cooking fire, absorbing the heat of the flames without ever being placed directly over them. You lift the cup to your lips and drink, and the taste is unlike anything you have known before, rough and sweet at the same time, with a sharpness at the end that makes you think of unripe fruit and the particular tang of air just before a thunderstorm. It is not fine wine. It is not the wine that wealthy Romans drink in their villas on the Palatine. It is the wine of ordinary people, the wine that has been drunk in places like this for 1,000 years, and will be drunk for 1,000 more, and something about its ordinariness makes it taste better than any wine you have ever had. You sit with your cup, letting the warmth spread through you, and you listen. This is what taverns are for, after all, not just for drinking, but for listening, for being among other people without having to speak, for letting the sound of human voices wash over you like water over stones. The table next to yours holds two men who appear to be labourers. Their tunics are stained with sweat, their hands rough and calloused, their faces weathered by sun and wind. They're talking about a man named Lucius, who owes one of them money, and about a woman named Flora, who works in a bakery near the Circus Maximus, and about a chariot race they watched 3 days ago that ended badly for their favourite team. You do not know which team they favour, the Reds perhaps or the Blues, but you can hear in their voices the particular bitterness of fans whose horses lost a race they should have won. Across the room, a group of 3 younger men sit together, their heads close, their voices low. These are not labourers, their tunics are cleaner, their hands smoother, their sandals made of better leather. But they are not wealthy either, not the kind of wealthy that would let them drink in a fancier establishment. They are arguing about something, though the argument seems friendly, almost playful, the kind of disagreement that exists more for the pleasure of disagreeing for any practical purpose. One of them gestures with his cup, spilling a few drops of wine on the table, and the others laugh. A soft, easy laughter that fills the room for a moment before fading back into the general murmur. The woman who is playing the lyre is sitting on a stool near the counter, her instrument balanced on her knee, her fingers plucking the strings with a gentleness that seems almost accidental. She's not playing for money. There is no collection bowl at her feet, no one watching her expectantly. She is simply playing because she wants to, because the night is long, and the wine is good, and the strings feel right beneath her fingers. The melody drifts through the room like smoke, never quite landing anywhere, never quite resolving into a tune you could hum, but present nonetheless, filling the spaces between the voices, weaving itself into the fabric of the evening until you cannot imagine the tavern without it. A man walks in from the street, stamping his feet as if to shake off the night air, and the tavern keeper nods at him the same way she nodded at you. He takes a seat at the counter, and she pours him a cup of wine without being asked. A regular, you realise, someone who comes here often enough that she knows what he wants before he says it. He drinks deeply, sets the cup down, and sighs in a way that speaks of a long day and tired bones, and the particular relief that comes when work is finished, and the only thing left to do is sit and drink and let the evening carry you where it will. You wonder what he did today, what his work is, whether he unloaded ships at the river port, carrying amphorae on his shoulders until his back ached and his arms trembled. Whether he spent the day in a workshop, bent over a bench, cutting leather or shaping metal or painting pottery that someone else would fire and someone else would sell and someone else would use to store wine or oil or grain. Whether he works for himself or for someone else. Whether he owns the room where he will sleep tonight or rents it by the month from a landlord who never fixes the roof. You will never know. The night does not offer answers to questions like these. It only offers the wine, the warmth, the soft murmur of voices, and the sense that you're not alone in the darkness. The lyre player shifts to a new melody, slower than the last, sadder, the kind of tune that makes you think of someone you have not thought about in years. You take another drink of wine, and the warmth spreads further through you, loosening something in your chest that you did not know was tight. The men at the next table have stopped talking about chariot races and started talking about the price of bread, which has gone up again, which always goes up in the summer when the grain ships from Egypt are delayed by weather or pirates, or the simple unwillingness of the sea to cooperate with human schedules. One of them says that he remembers when bread cost half what it costs now, and the other says that he remembers when wine cost half what it costs now, and they both agree that things were better when they were younger, though neither of them can say exactly why. This is what you hear, sitting in this tavern, drinking this wine, the ordinary concerns of ordinary people living ordinary lives in an extraordinary city. No one is discussing philosophy, no one is debating politics, no one is planning to overthrow the emperor or change the course of history. They are talking about money and work and the people they love and the people they cannot stand. They are talking about the same things people have always talked about in taverns, in every city, in every century, since the first person poured the first cup of fermented grapes and offered it to a stranger who had nowhere else to go. A woman at a table near the door laughs, a loud, sudden laugh that cuts through the murmur like a bird cutting through fog. And you look over to see her leaning toward a man who sits across from her hand on his arm, her face illuminated by the lamp on their table. They are not a couple, not exactly, but there is something between them, something that has not yet been named, something that exists in the space between the words they are saying and the words they are not saying. She says something you cannot hear, and he laughs too, a softer laugh than hers, and you look away because this moment belongs to them and not to you. The wine in your cup is half gone now, and the room seems warmer than it did when you walked in, or perhaps you have simply become accustomed to the warmth. The smoke from the lamps and the pipes has thickened, turning the air hazy, turning the faces of the other customers into soft, blurred shapes that could belong to anyone. You find yourself thinking about the people who have sat in this room before you. Not the ones you can see, but the ones who are gone, the ones who died centuries ago, the ones whose bones are dust somewhere beneath the streets of this city. They drank this same wine, breathed this same smoke, listened to this same kind of music, played on instruments, very much like the one the woman is playing now. They laughed and argued and fell in love and fell out of love and went home to sleep and woke up and did it all again until they could not do it anymore. And the city, without hurry, settled deeper into the night. The door opens again, and a man enters who is different from the others, not in his clothes or his bearing, but in the way he carries himself, the way he looks around the room as if he is seeing it for the first time, though he must have been here before. He is a merchant, perhaps, or a traveller, someone who has come to Rome from somewhere else and is still learning its rhythms, its customs, its ways of being. He takes a seat at the counter and orders wine in an accent that marks him as foreign, Greek maybe, or Syrian, and the tavern keeper pours for him without comment, without judgment, the way she pours for everyone. He drinks slowly, looking around the room with an expression that is hard to read, curiosity perhaps, or loneliness, or simply the particular look of someone who is far from home and is trying to find something familiar in a place where nothing is familiar. You watch him for a moment and you wonder if he will find what he is looking for, if the wine will be enough, if the warmth will be enough, if the simple fact of being among other people will be enough to carry him through the night until morning comes and he can begin his work again. The lyre player has stopped playing. You did not notice when she stopped. The music simply faded, the way a dream fades when you wake up, leaving behind only the memory of melody without the melody itself. She is packing her instrument into a cloth bag, preparing to leave, and someone, one of the labourers from the next table, calls out to her, asking her to play one more song before she goes. She shakes her head, smiles, says something you cannot hear, and then she is gone, slipping out the door and into the night like a fish slipping into dark water. The room is quieter now, though not silent. The voices have dropped in volume, the way voices drop when people are tired, and the wine has done its work, and the only thing left is to finish the cup and go home. The man from the counter, the regular, the one the tavern keeper knew, stands up, stretches, yawns, and walks out into the darkness without saying goodnight to anyone. The two labourers finish their wine, argue briefly about who owes what, leave a few coins on the table, and follow him. The foreigner sits alone at the counter, staring into his cup as if it holds answers to questions he has not yet learned to ask. You should go too, probably. The night is not over. There are hours yet before dawn, but you have been sitting here for longer than you meant to, and your body is telling you that it would like to move, would like to walk, would like to feel the cool air on your face after the warmth of the tavern. You finish the last of your wine. It has gone cold now, or colder than it was, though still not cold the way wine becomes in colder climates, and you set the cup down on the scarred wooden table next to the carved initials and the faded ring marks and the small burn where someone left a lamp burning too close to the wood. The tavern keeper is wiping down the counter with a damp cloth, her movements slow and tired, the movements of someone who's been on her feet for hours and will be on her feet for hours more. She looks up as you stand, nods once, and returns to her work without speaking. You do not know her name, she does not know yours. But for one evening, for a handful of hours, you were her customer, and she was your host, and somewhere in the transaction of wine and coins and silent acknowledgement, a small connection was made, the kind of connection that happens 1,000 times a night in 1,000 taverns across this city, connections so small and so ordinary that no one ever thinks to write them down. You step out into the street and the cold hits you like a wave, not bitterly cold, not the cold of winter, but cold enough to remind you that you have been sitting in a warm room for a long time, that your blood has slowed, that your body has begun to prepare itself for sleep. The moon is higher now, smaller, brighter, casting shadows that seem sharper than they were before. The street is empty, or nearly empty, and the only sounds are the distant bark of a dog and the soft rush of water from a fountain somewhere nearby. You stand for a moment outside the tavern, letting the cold wake you, letting the silence settle around you like a garment. The sign above the door, the bunch of grapes, faded but still visible, seems to glow in the moonlight, or perhaps it is only your imagination. Perhaps it is only the wine still moving through your blood, turning ordinary things into something almost magical. And somewhere behind you, through the open door of the tavern, you can hear the tavern keeper humming, a soft, tuneless hum that might be a song or might simply be the sound of a woman alone at the end of a long night, finding comfort in the small act of cleaning her counter and stacking her cups, and preparing her small piece of the world for the morning that will come, whether she's ready for it or not. You turn away from the tavern and begin walking again, your feet finding their own way, your body remembering the streets, even when your mind does not. The night is deep now, not late, not early, simply deep. And the city has settled into a different kind of quiet, the quiet of people who have eaten and drunk and talked and are now drifting towards sleep. One by one, like candles being extinguished by an invisible hand. Above it all, the patient stars remained. You have left the tavern behind now, and the street has narrowed again, become more intimate, more enclosed. The buildings on either side rise so high that you cannot see their tops without tilting your head back until your neck aches. These are the insulae, the apartment blocks where most Romans live, stacked one upon another like boxes in a warehouse, each floor smaller than the one below it, each room cheaper than the one beneath it. The people who live on the ground floor have windows that open onto the street and ceilings high enough to stand upright in. The people who live on the 5th floor crawl through spaces so low that they cannot raise their heads, and they pay for the privilege with coins that represent half of everything they earn. You stand in the middle of the street. There is no traffic here now, no danger of being struck by a cart or jostled by a crowd, and you look up at the building in front of you. It is old, this one, older than most, its brickwork darkened by centuries of rain and smoke, and the particular grime that accumulates in a city where 1 million people cook their meals over open flames. Cracks run through the plaster like rivers on a map, branching and rejoining and branching again, and in some places the plaster has fallen away entirely, revealing the rough stone beneath. The wooden balconies sag in the middle, their railings patched with newer wood that has not yet weathered to the same grey as the rest. Laundry hangs from ropes stretched between the balconies, tunics and blankets, and the small shapeless garments of children, all of them moving slightly, in air that seems to have no direction, no purpose, only the gentle restlessness of a breeze that has nowhere to go. Some of the windows are dark, others glow with the warm, soft light of oil lamps, their flames small and steady, casting just enough light to show you the outlines of people moving inside. A woman passes in front of a window on the 2nd floor. You see her silhouette, the curve of her shoulder, the way she lifts her arms to adjust something on a shelf. A man sits in a window on the 4th floor, his face illuminated by the lamp on the table beside him, and you can see that he is reading, or trying to read. The light is so dim, his eyes close to the page, his lips moving slightly as he sounds out the words. He is not wealthy enough to own books, not the kind of books that scholars read, but he has something, a scroll perhaps, or a few sheets of papyrus covered in writing, and the fact that he is reading it at all, in this building, in this neighbourhood, tells you something about him that you cannot quite name. The street is not entirely empty. A young woman sits on the step of a doorway across from you, a basket in her lap, her fingers moving as she spins wool into thread, using a spindle that turns in her hands like a small steady dancer. She is not looking at her work. Her eyes are fixed on something in the middle distance, something you cannot see, but her hands do not need her eyes. They have done this work 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and they will do it again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, until her fingers are bent with arthritis, and her eyes are too dim to see the thread, even when she brings it close to her face. She is young now, perhaps 18, perhaps 20, and the night is cool, and the work is easy, and somewhere above her, in one of those dark windows, someone is waiting for her to come inside. You walk past her, and she does not look up. You are not part of her night. You are a shadow, a passing shape, one of the 1,000 strangers who move through these streets after dark. None of them important enough to draw her attention away from the spindle and the thread, and whatever she's thinking about that makes her eyes go distant and soft. The entrance to the insula is a dark opening between two ground floor shops, one of them closed, its wooden shutters fastened with an iron bar, the other still open, a small workshop where a man is hammering something made of metal, the sound of his work ringing out into the street in irregular intervals. You stand at the entrance, looking into the darkness beyond, and you can see the bottom of a staircase, wooden, narrow, steep, rising into the blackness like a ladder leading into a well. This is how the people who live here enter their homes. Not through grand doors or marble hallways, but through passages like this, dark and cramped and smelling of cooking smoke and chamber pots and the particular mustiness that comes from wood that has been damp for so long that it has forgotten what it means to be dry. You do not go up the stairs. That would be an invasion, a violation of the unspoken agreement between the street and the homes that line it. But you stand at the bottom of the staircase, looking up, and you let your imagination carry you where your feet cannot go. The first floor, the best floor, the most expensive floor, has ceilings high enough for a tall man to stand upright, and windows that let in light during the day, and walls thick enough to muffle the sounds of the street. The people who live here are not wealthy. No one who lives in an insula is truly wealthy, but they are comfortable, or as comfortable as people can be in a city of this size, in buildings of this age, with landlords who care more about collecting rent than repairing roofs. The second floor is smaller, the ceilings lower, the windows narrower. The people who live here pay less than the people below them, and they get less in return, less space, less light, less air. But they have neighbours on either side, and neighbours above and neighbours below, and in a city where loneliness is a luxury few can afford, there is something to be said for living pressed so close against other lives that you can hear them breathing through the walls. The third floor is smaller still, and the fourth, and the fifth. By the time you reach the top of the building, the sixth floor perhaps, or the seventh, the ceilings are so low that you cannot stand. The windows are so small that they might as well not exist, and the walls are so thin that you can hear everything that happens in the rooms on either side of you. The people who live here are the poorest of the poor. Labourers, porters, women who work in the markets, men who sleep during the day and work at night. Entire families packed into single rooms, so small that they cannot all lie down at the same time. They pay less than anyone else in the building, but what they pay still represents most of what they earn. And at the end of every month, after the rent is paid and the bread is bought, and the oil for the lamps is measured out, in careful spoonfuls there is almost nothing left. You've heard stories about these upper floors, stories about fires that start in one room and consume the whole building before anyone can escape, about walls that collapse without warning, about ceilings that fall in the night and bury sleeping families beneath tons of brick and plaster. The stories are true. Everyone knows this. Every year, in every insula, in every neighbourhood of Rome, people die because the buildings they live in are old and poorly constructed and maintained by landlords who would rather let them crumble than spend money on repairs. But where else can they live? The wealthy have their houses on the hills, their gardens and fountains and rooms full of marble and mosaics. The poor have the insulae, and the insulae are all they have. And so they climb those dark staircases every night, and lie down on their thin mattresses and close their eyes and hope that the building will still be standing when they wake up. A man emerges from the entrance, brushing past you without apology, and you step aside to let him pass. He is carrying a bucket, a wooden bucket bound with iron hoops, and from the smell of it, you know what it contains. The insula have no running water, no toilets, no sewers connected to the great system that carries waste away from the public baths and the wealthy homes. The people who live here do what people have always done in cities without plumbing. They use chamber pots, and when the chamber pots are full, they empty them into buckets, and when the buckets are full, they carry them down the stairs and out into the street, and empty them into the nearest drain or gutter or open sewer. The man with the bucket walks to the corner, tips the contents into a channel cut into the stone, and returns the way he came, his footsteps heavy on the worn steps as he climbs back up into the darkness. You move on, walking along the street that runs the length of the insular block, and you pause at each doorway, each entrance, each dark opening between the shops. The building seems to go on forever, not just one insula, but a whole complex of them, joined together by shared walls and common courtyards and the invisible threads that tie neighbours to one another across decades of living side by side. Some of the doorways are propped open, and through them you can hear the sounds of the people inside. A baby crying, a man coughing, a woman singing the same lullaby you heard earlier, but in a different key, a different rhythm, as if the song has changed in the passing from one mouth to another. In one doorway, you see a family gathered around a small brazier, a mother, a father, 3 children, all of them sitting on the floor in the narrow space between the stairs and the wall. They are eating bread and cheese and something that might be olives, spread out on a wooden board that rests on the father's knees. The children are young, the oldest perhaps 7, the youngest still small enough to be held in the mother's arms, and they eat slowly, sleepily, their eyes half closed, their bodies already leaning toward the sleep that will come as soon as the meal is finished. The father breaks off a piece of bread and dips it in a small dish of olive oil and holds it out to the youngest child, who takes it without opening her eyes, her mouth finding the bread by instinct, by memory, by the simple wisdom of a body that knows food when it tastes food, even when the mind has already begun to drift into dreams. You watch them for a moment, and something in your chest tightens, not painfully, but with a kind of recognition, a sense that you have seen this before, that you have been this before, that somewhere in the deep memory of your own body, there is a room like this one, a family like this one, a meal eaten by lamplight in a space so small that everyone has to sit close together just to find room to breathe. The mother looks up and sees you watching, and for a moment her expression is guarded. The expression of a woman who has learned to be careful of strangers, who knows that the night can bring danger as easily as it brings rest. Then something in your face, or perhaps in the way you stand, still and quiet, neither threatening nor pleading, makes her relax, and she nods, just slightly, just enough for you to see that she has acknowledged your presence and found nothing in it to fear. You nod back, and then you move on, because this is not your family, and this is not your doorway, and the night is long, and there are other streets to walk, other buildings to see, other lives to pass like a shadow passing over water. The street turns and you find yourself in a small courtyard, not the courtyard you visited earlier, but another one, similar in shape but different in feeling. This one is larger, more open, with a well in the centre and benches placed against the walls on all 4 sides. A few people are sitting on the benches, an old man, 2 women, a young boy who cannot be older than 10, and they're talking quietly. Their voice is too low for you to hear the words, but not too low for you to feel their rhythm, the rise and fall of conversation that has been going on for hours and will continue for hours more. The well is being used. A young man is drawing water, pulling the rope, hand over hand, the bucket rising slowly from the darkness below, and when it reaches the top, he tips it into a clay jug and carries the jug to one of the women on the bench. She thanks him with a word you cannot hear, and he nods and returns to the well to draw more water. This courtyard is the heart of the insular block, the place where the people who live here come together when the sun goes down and the work is done, and the only thing left to do is sit and talk and listen to the sound of water falling into clay. There is no fountain here. The well is the only source of water, and the water is cold and dark and tastes of earth and stone. But the sound of the rope moving through the pulley, the sound of the bucket hitting the water, the sound of the water being poured from bucket to jug to cup, these sounds create a kind of music, a kind of lullaby that has been playing in courtyards like this one for as long as there have been cities and wells and people who need water to drink and cook and wash. You sit down on one of the benches, not because you're tired, though you are tired, but because sitting seems like the right thing to do, the natural thing to do, the thing that people do when they find themselves in a courtyard on a warm night with water nearby and voices rising and falling like waves on a distant shore. The stone of the bench is cool beneath you, cooler than the air, and you can feel the cold seeping through your clothes, finding your skin, reminding you that your body has boundaries, that you are here, in this place, on this night, sitting on a bench that has held the weight of 1,000 other bodies over the years. The old man on the bench across from you is smoking a pipe, the same kind of pipe you saw in the tavern, the same herbal smell, mint and something sweeter, and the smoke rises from his pipe in thin twisting spirals that catch the moonlight and turn it into something almost solid. He's not looking at anything in particular. His eyes are half closed, his face relaxed, his body settled into the bench as if he has been sitting here for years and plans to sit here for years more. The two women are talking about someone named Marcella, who is expecting a child, and about someone named Gaius, who has not paid his share of the common expenses for 3 months, and about the price of wool, which has gone down, which is good because winter is coming, and the children will need new tunics. The young boy is not listening to any of this. He is lying on his back on the bench, his head in his mother's lap. One of the women is his mother, you realise, and his eyes are fixed on the strip of sky visible between the rooftops above the courtyard. He is looking at the stars, counting them perhaps, or naming them, or simply watching them the way children watch things that are too far away to touch and too beautiful to ignore. His lips move slightly, forming words you cannot hear, and you wonder what he is saying, whether he is praying, whether he is wishing, whether he is telling the stars secrets that he would never tell another human being. The young man who was drawing water has finished. He sits on the edge of the well, his jug of water beside him, and he drinks from a cup that he has filled and refilled and filled again. He is young, younger than you thought, perhaps 16, perhaps 17, and his body has the gangly awkwardness of adolescence, limbs too long for his torso, hands too large for his wrists. But there is something in his face that speaks of responsibility, of work, of a childhood that ended earlier than it should have. He is the one who draws the water for the courtyard, you realise, not because anyone makes him, but because someone has to, and he has decided that the someone will be him. A door opens in the wall behind you, and a woman steps out carrying a basket of laundry. Wet laundry, from the smell of it, the sharp, clean smell of water and lye and cloth that has been scrubbed and rinsed and is now ready to be hung up to dry. She does not seem surprised to see you sitting on the bench. She walks past you without a glance, without a pause, and begins hanging the laundry on ropes strung between 2 wooden posts at the far end of the courtyard. The wet cloth makes soft sounds as she shakes it out. Snap, flutter, snap, and the sounds blend with the other sounds of the courtyard, the voices, and the well, and the distant hammering from the workshop on the street, creating a texture of noise that is not noise at all, but simply the sound of life continuing, the sound of people doing the small, ordinary things that people have always done at the end of the day. You sit on the bench for a long time, or perhaps not a long time, perhaps only a few minutes, but time has become strange in this city, stretching and contracting like a living thing. The moon has moved again, the shadows have shifted, the stars have wheeled slowly across the narrow strip of sky above your head. The old man has finished his pipe and fallen asleep on his bench, his head dropped forward onto his chest, his breathing slow and steady, and loud enough for you to hear from across the courtyard. The two women have stopped talking, or perhaps they are talking more quietly now, their voices reduced to a murmur that you cannot separate from the other murmurs of the night. The young boy is asleep, truly asleep, not just drifting, his mouth open, his breath whistling softly through his lips, his hand curled into a fist that rests on his mother's thigh. She looks down at him, and her expression changes, softens, deepens, becomes something that you can only call love, though the word seems too small, too simple for what you see in her face. She brushes a strand of hair from his forehead, her touch so light that it barely makes contact, and then she looks up and catches you watching, and this time she does not look guarded. She looks tired. She looks sad. She looks like someone who has been carrying a weight for a very long time and is not sure how much longer she can hold it. You look away because looking feels like intruding, and you stand up from the bench because sitting feels like staying too long. The young man at the well has fallen asleep too, his head resting on his arms folded on the stone rim of the well, his cup still in his hand, empty now, tipped slightly so that the last few drops have spilled onto the ground beside him. You walk past him quietly, careful not to wake him, and you step through the arched passage that leads back to the street, leaving the courtyard behind. The street is different now, not the same street you left, but a different one, wider, straighter, lined with buildings that seem newer than the insula you have been walking among. These are not apartment blocks, you realise. These are houses, private houses, single-family homes, the kind of homes that only the wealthy can afford. But even here, even in this neighbourhood of marble thresholds and bronze door knockers and slaves who sleep in the entryway to guard against intruders, the night has settled in. The lamps have been lit. The people have gathered in their dining rooms and their courtyards and their gardens, eating and drinking and talking in voices that do not carry to the street. You walk down the centre of the street. There are no carts here, no crowds, no danger, and you look at the houses as you pass them. Some of them have windows open to the evening air, and through those windows you can see fragments of the lives being lived inside. A fresco on a wall, a garden scene perhaps, or a mythological painting, the colours still bright in the lamplight. A couch piled with cushions, empty now, waiting for the person who will lie down on it after the meal is finished. A slave carrying a tray of cups, moving quickly, silently, his face expressionless, his eyes fixed on the task ahead of him. You stop in front of one house, not because it's different from the others, but because a sound has caught your attention, a sound that does not belong with the other sounds of the night. It is music, not the lyre music you heard in the tavern, but something more formal, more composed, the sound of a flute and a small drum playing together in a rhythm that makes you think of dancing, of celebration, of people who have forgotten the time because they are too busy enjoying the moment. The sound is coming from an open window on the second floor, and if you stand on your toes, which you do, though it makes you feel foolish, you can see inside. It is a dinner party. Not the kind of dinner party you have read about in books, the kind with couches and elaborate dishes and poets reciting verses between courses. A smaller party, more intimate. Perhaps a dozen people reclining on couches arranged around a low table. They are eating and drinking and talking and laughing, and the musicians, two of them, a man with a flute and a woman with a drum, are playing in the corner, providing a background of rhythm and melody that seems to make the conversation flow more easily, the laughter come more freely. One of the guests, a woman, young, her dark hair piled on top of her head in an elaborate style, leans over and and says something to the man next to her, and he throws his head back and laughs, a loud, unrestrained laugh that carries through the window and into the street. The woman laughs too, covering her mouth with her hand, and something about the gesture, the way she covers her mouth, the way her eyes crinkle at the corners, makes you think of someone you used to know, someone you have not thought about in years, someone whose face has faded from your memory, but whose laugh you can still hear, if you listen carefully enough. You step back from the window, because standing on your toes and peering into someone else's dinner party feels wrong, feels like the kind of thing that would make you uncomfortable if you caught someone doing it to you. The music fades as you walk away, or perhaps you simply stop hearing it, your attention drawn elsewhere by the thousand small sounds of the night. The street leads you back toward the river, or perhaps away from it, it is hard to tell, and the houses give way to insulae again, and the insulae give way to shops, and the shops give way to open spaces where the moonlight falls unobstructed on worn stone. You are walking without thinking now, without choosing, your feet carrying you through the city the way water carries a leaf. Not because the leaf wants to go anywhere, but because the water is moving, and the leaf is light, and the two belong together. You pass a doorway where a man is sitting alone, his back against the wall, his knees drawn up to his chest. He is not asleep, his eyes are open, staring at nothing, or at something you cannot see, and he does not look at you as you pass, does not acknowledge your existence in any way. He is one of the invisible ones, the ones who have no home, no family, no place to go when the sun goes down. Rome has thousands of them, more than anyone wants to admit, and at night they find what shelter they can, in doorways and under staircases, and in the corners of courtyards where the watchmen do not think to look. You want to stop, to speak to him, to offer him something, a coin, a word, a moment of recognition. But you do not, because you do not know what to say, because you're not sure he would hear you, even if you said it, because the night is deep, and the city is vast, and some wounds are too old and too deep for a stranger to heal. You walk faster, leaving the doorway behind, leaving the man behind, leaving the whole street behind as you turn a corner and find yourself somewhere new, somewhere you have not been before, somewhere that smells of bread and yeast and the particular warmth that comes from ovens that have been burning for hours. And somewhere beyond the rooftops, the darkness drifted on. The smell of bread fades behind you as you walk, replaced by something else, something damp and warm and mineral, the smell of water that has been heated and used and heated again, the smell of steam and stone, and the particular cleanliness that comes from sweating in a room filled with hot air. You are approaching a bathhouse, one of the neighbourhood baths, not the great imperial bathhouses that cover entire city blocks, but a smaller establishment, the kind that ordinary Romans use when they have a few coins to spare and a few hours to spend on the luxury of being clean. The bathhouse is closing. You can tell by the light, or rather, by the absence of light. Most of the windows are dark now, and the entrance, which would have been crowded during the afternoon hours, stands empty, its doors propped open to release the last of the heat into the cool night air. A man in a simple tunic, a slave probably, or a hired worker, is sweeping the steps in front of the entrance, his broom making soft sounds against the stone, the bristles gathering dust and dried mud, and the small debris that accumulates wherever people walk. He does not look up as you approach. He simply continues sweeping, moving the dirt from one place to another, preparing the entrance for the morning when the bathhouse will open again and the crowds will return. You stop at the bottom of the steps, looking up at the building. It is not beautiful. Few bathhouses are beautiful, even the grand ones, but there is something about it that draws you, something about the warmth still radiating from its walls, something about the steam that curls up from vents in the roof, something about the soft sound of water dripping somewhere inside, water that has been heated and used and is now slowly cooling, returning to the temperature of the earth from which it came. You climb the steps slowly, your feet heavy, your body remembering that you've been walking for a long time, and and that the idea of warmth, of sitting in a room filled with steam, of letting heat seep into your muscles and your bones, is almost more than you can resist. The man with the broom steps aside to let you pass, and you walk through the entrance into a small vestibule, tiled in black and white, the pattern worn smooth by the feet of thousands of bathers. The air here is warmer than the air outside. I'm really not hot, not yet, but warm enough that you can feel the difference on your skin. The way you feel the difference when you step from the shade into the sun. A small oil lamp burns on a shelf in the corner, its flame low but steady, casting just enough light for you to see the outlines of the rooms beyond. The bathhouse is not entirely empty. You can hear voices coming from somewhere deeper inside. Not loud voices, not the voices of a crowd, but the soft murmur of people who are finishing their baths, who are drying themselves, who are putting on their clothes and preparing to leave. You follow the sound, walking through a narrow corridor that opens into a larger room, the apoditerium, the changing room, where bathers leave their clothes and their worries and their everyday selves before passing into the heat. The room is dim, lit by a few lamps placed on shelves along the walls, but you can see enough to understand its layout. Niches line the walls, each one just large enough to hold a folded tunic and a pair of sandals. And in some of the niches, clothes still remain. A striped blanket here, a leather belt there, a small clay bottle that might contain oil for anointing the body after bathing. A few benches stand in the centre of the room, their wooden surfaces dark with moisture, and on one of them, a woman is sitting, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap, waiting for someone, or something, or simply resting before she makes the journey home. She looks up as you enter, and her eyes meet yours for a moment. She is older than you first thought, perhaps 50, perhaps 60, with grey hair pulled back from her face and held in place with a simple pin. Her tunic is plain, undyed wool, and her sandals are worn thin at the heels. She is not wealthy, this woman. She's the kind of woman who comes to the bathhouse once a week, maybe twice, saving her coins for this small luxury, this brief escape from the insula and the narrow streets and the endless work of keeping a household running in a city where nothing is easy and nothing is cheap. She looks away, and you look away, and the moment passes. You are not here to stare at people, to make them uncomfortable, to intrude on the small privacies of their lives. You are here because the night is deep, and the air is cool, and the warmth of the bathhouse is calling to something in you that you did not know was there. You walk past the changing room, and through another doorway, into the tepidarium, the warm room, the first stage of the bathing process, where the heat is gentle, almost gentle, preparing the body for the hotter rooms beyond. The air here is thicker than in the changing room, heavier, filled with the smell of damp stone and the faint sweetness of something that might be incense, burned earlier in the day and still lingering in the corners of the room. The walls are painted. You can see that even in the dim light. Though the paintings are faded, the colours muted, the figures barely visible. A dolphin here, a seashell there, the face of a god or goddess whose name you cannot remember. All of them slowly disappearing into the plaster, worn away by centuries of steam and moisture, and the breath of the people who have passed through this room. A man is standing in the corner of the tepidarium, his back to you, his arms raised as he scrapes oil and sweat from his body with a strigil, a curved metal tool shaped like a modern-day sickle that the Romans used to clean themselves before and after bathing. The sound is soft, almost musical, the scrape of metal against skin, the soft thump as he flicks the residue onto the floor, the sigh that escapes his lips as the strigil finds a particularly tender spot along his ribs. He is not young, his back is curved, his shoulders rounded, his skin loose and spotted with age, but his movements are practiced, efficient, the movements of someone who has performed this ritual thousands of times and no longer needs to think about it. You watch him for a moment, and then you move on, walking through another doorway into the caldarium. The hot room, the heart of the bathhouse, where the heat is almost unbearable and the steam rises from pools of hot water in thick white clouds. The room is empty now, or almost empty. You can see a figure sitting on the edge of one of the pools. Her feet in the water, her head tilted back, her eyes closed, and the heat wraps around you like a blanket made of water and fire, pressing against your skin, filling your lungs, making you aware of every breath you take. The ceiling is high here, domed, with a small opening at the top that lets out the steam and lets in the night air. And through that opening, you can see the stars. The same stars you have been watching all night, but different somehow, seen through a veil of steam and heat and the rising breath of the water below. The pool itself is rectangular, lined with blue tiles that catch the light of the lamps and turn it into something almost liquid, something that seems to move and shift even when the water is still. The water in the pool is hot, too hot to touch, too hot to bathe in, but it is meant to be hot, meant to be almost unbearable, meant to push the body to its limits and then slowly, carefully bring it back to itself. The woman sitting on the edge of the pool is not bathing. She is simply sitting, her feet in the water up to her ankles, her hands resting on the tiles beside her, her eyes closed, her breathing slow and regular. She's wearing a simple linen tunic, damp with sweat, clinging to her body in ways that must be uncomfortable, but that she does not seem to notice. She's not old, 30 perhaps, or 35, and her face, even in the dim light, is striking, with high cheekbones and a strong jaw and the kind of calm that comes from years of practicing patience, of learning to wait, of understanding that some things cannot be rushed. You stand in the doorway, not wanting to disturb her, not wanting to break whatever spell has settled over this room. The heat is almost too much. You can feel sweat forming on your forehead, on your upper lip, on the back of your neck, but you do not leave. There is something about this place, about this moment, about the woman sitting by the pool with her feet in the hot water and her eyes closed and her breath moving slowly in and out, that holds you where you are, that makes you feel that leaving would be a kind of loss, a kind of forgetting. A drop of water falls from the ceiling, condensation perhaps, or a leak in the dome above, and lands in the pool with a soft plink, the sound echoing off the tiles, off the walls, off the dome above your head. The woman opens her eyes, but she does not look at you. She looks at the water, at the ripples spreading outward from where the drop landed, at the way the light catches the ripples and turns them into something almost alive. Then she stands slowly, carefully, and walks past you without speaking, without looking, her bare feet making no sound on the warm tiles. She is gone, and you are alone in the caldarium, or as alone as you can be in a place that seems filled with the ghosts of everyone who has ever bathed here. You walk to the edge of the pool and kneel down, touching the water with your fingertips. It is hot, too hot to hold your hand in for more than a moment, but the heat feels good, feels right, feels like something your body has been waiting for, without knowing it. You stand up and walk to the other side of the room, where a small fountain is built into the wall, cold water flowing from a bronze spout into a shallow basin. You cup your hands under the stream and drink, and the water is cold and clean, and tastes of stone and metal and the deep earth from which it was drawn. The bathhouse is closing. You can hear the workers moving through the other rooms, extinguishing lamps, gathering towels, locking doors. The man with the broom appears in the doorway of the caldarium, and he looks at you with an expression that is not impatient but expectant. The expression of someone who wants to finish his work and go home, and is waiting for you to leave so that he can do so. You nod at him, and he nods back, and you walk out of the caldarium, through the tepidarium, through the apoditerium, past the empty niches and the damp benches and the small clay bottle that someone left behind, forgotten in the rush to leave. The night air hits you like a wave, cold after the heat of the bathhouse, sharp after the softness of the steam, and you stand on the steps for a moment, breathing deeply, feeling the sweat on your skin begin to cool. The man with the broom follows you out and begins to close the doors, pulling them shut one by one, sliding iron bars into iron brackets to lock the bathhouse against the night. The last of the warmth escapes through the closing doors, a final breath of steam that rises into the air and disappears, dissolving into the darkness like a memory fading. You walk away from the bathhouse, following a street that runs parallel to the river, and you think about what you have seen. Not the grand bathhouses, not the ones with marble floors and gold-plated ceilings and libraries attached to their porticos. A small bathhouse, a neighbourhood bathhouse, the kind that ordinary Romans use because it's close to their homes and cheap enough to afford and warm enough to make the winter bearable and the summer tolerable. The people who come here are not emperors or senators or the wealthy merchants who live on the Palatine. They are the people you have been walking among all night, the labourers, the shopkeepers, the women who sell vegetables in the market, the men who unload ships at the port. They come here to be clean, yes, but they also come here to be warm, to be among other people, to remember that they are part of a community, a city, a civilization that values cleanliness enough to build bathhouses in every neighbourhood and keep them open until the stars are high in the sky. A door opens in the building beside you, not a bathhouse but a private home, a house with a garden at its centre and rooms arranged around it like petals around the centre of a flower. A woman steps out, carrying a small clay pot, and she walks to a shrine built into the wall at the corner of the building. A lararium, the household shrine where Romans make offerings to the gods who protect their families and their homes. She kneels in front of the shrine, and you can see that the shrine is lit. A small lamp burns inside, its flame steady, its light falling on the painted figures of the household gods, the Lares and Penates, the spirits of the ancestors, the guardians of the hearth. The woman places the clay pot on the shelf of the shrine. It contains something, you cannot see what. Perhaps grain, perhaps dried fruit, perhaps a small cake made from flour and honey. And then she bows her head, her lips moving in words that you cannot hear. She is praying, or offering thanks, or asking for protection, or simply performing a ritual that has been performed at this shrine for generations. A ritual that connects her to her mother and her grandmother, and all the women who came before her, all the women who knelt at this same corner, at this same hour, and asked the gods to watch over their families while they slept. You watch her from a distance, not wanting to intrude, but you cannot look away. There is something about the way she kneels, the way her hands rest on her thighs, the way her head bows forward, that speaks of a faith so deep and so old that it has become instinct. Something she does not because she believes in it, though she does believe in it, but because it is what people do, what has always been done, what will always be done, as long as there are families and homes and the darkness that falls every night, without fail. She finishes her prayer and stands, brushing the dust from her knees, and she notices you, standing in the street, watching. For a moment she freezes, the instinctive freeze of a woman alone at night who's seen a stranger in the shadows. And then she sees something in your face perhaps, or in the way you hold yourself, that tells her you're not a threat. She does not nod, she does not smile. She simply turns and walks back into her house, closing the door behind her, and you're left alone in the street with the shrine and the lamp and the small clay pot that holds an offering you will never see. The street is quiet now, quieter than it has been all night, or perhaps you've simply become accustomed to the quiet, have learned to hear the silence beneath the sounds, the stillness beneath the movement. The moon has begun its slow descent toward the horizon, though there are hours yet before dawn, and the shadows have shifted again, lengthening in one direction and shortening in another, creating patterns on the walls that you have not seen before. You walk on, past more houses, past more shrines, past a small temple dedicated to a god whose name you do not know. its doors closed for the night, but its steps still warm from the sun that fell on them during the day. A priest is standing at the entrance of the temple, not a grand priest in embroidered robes, but a minor official, a caretaker, someone whose job is to ensure that the sacred flames do not go out, and that the offerings are made, and that the god does not become angry and send disaster upon the city. He is holding a lamp, and he is looking up at the sky, at the stars, at the slow movement of the constellations across the dome of the night. You stop walking, and he looks at you, not with suspicion, not with curiosity, but with the calm, patient gaze of someone who spends his nights alone, watching, waiting, keeping the sacred darkness company. You do not speak. He does not speak, but something passes between you. An acknowledgement, perhaps, or a recognition, or simply the understanding that you're both here, in this place, at this hour, and that there is nothing more that needs to be said. He turns away and walks back into the temple, and the door closes behind him, and you are alone again. But the door does not latch. You can see a crack of light between the door and the frame, a thin line of gold that tells you the sacred flame is still burning inside, that the priest is still watching, that the god has not been abandoned to the darkness. You turn away from the temple and continue walking, your feet carrying you through streets that seem familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Streets you have walked before, but not in this order, not at this hour, not with this feeling in your chest, a feeling that is not sadness and not happiness, not peace and not restlessness, but something in between, something that has no name in any language you know. The river is close again. You can hear it, smell it, feel its presence in the coolness of the air and the dampness of the stones beneath your feet. You follow the sound, and after a few minutes you emerge onto a broad street that runs along the riverbank, the water dark and slow-moving to your left, the buildings of the city rising to your right. A few lamps burn along the street, not many, just enough to mark the way for travellers and watchmen and the occasional person who has reason to be out at this hour. A boat is tied to a stone pier a little way ahead, its wooden hull creaking softly as it rises and falls on the gentle swell of the river. No one is in the boat. It is empty, waiting, its oars shipped and its sail furled, but you can see the shadow of a man on the pier beside it, sitting on a bollard, his legs dangling over the water, his face turned toward the stars. He is a ferryman, perhaps, or a fisherman, or simply someone who lives on the river and has nowhere else to be at this hour. You do not approach him. You stand where you are, watching him from a distance, and you wonder what he is thinking, what he is seeing, what he is hearing that you cannot hear. The river makes its own sounds. The lap of water against stone, the creak of the boat's hull, the distant splash of something jumping or falling into the current. And these sounds blend with the other sounds of the night to create a music that is older than Rome, older than the hills, older than the memory of the people who built this city. A bell rings somewhere in the distance, not a church bell, not yet, not for centuries, but some other kind of bell, a signal bell perhaps, marking the hour for those who need to know the time. The sound is soft, almost too soft to hear, and it fades quickly, absorbed by the darkness and the river and the ancient stones of the city. You turn away from the river and walk back into the streets, because the night is not over and your legs are not tired, and there is still so much to see, so much to feel, so much to experience before the sun rises and the city changes again, becoming the Rome of the day, the Rome of noise and crowds and the sharp edges of ordinary life. A group of women passes you, 4 of them walking together, their arms linked, their voices low and musical in a language that might be Greek or might be something else entirely. They are laughing, not loudly, but softly, the way women laugh when they're sharing a secret or remembering something that happened long ago, or simply enjoying the pleasure of each other's company on a warm night when the stars are bright and the streets are quiet. One of them is carrying a lamp, and the light catches their faces as they pass. Young faces, old faces, faces that have seen joy and sorrow, and the 1,000 small emotions that make up a life. They disappear around a corner, and their laughter fades and you're alone again, but not lonely. The night has taught you something about loneliness, that it is not the same as being alone, that being alone can be a kind of gift, a kind of freedom, a kind of rest that is hard to find when the world is full of people and noise and the demands of the day. The moon has moved again. The stars have shifted. The city has settled into a deeper quiet, the quiet that comes in the hours between midnight and dawn, when even the insula seem to hold their breath, when even the taverns have closed their doors, when even the night watchmen walk more slowly, their eyes heavy, their thoughts turning toward the beds that are waiting for them when their shifts end. You find a bench, not a bench in a courtyard, not a bench in a public square, but a simple stone bench built into the wall of a building, the kind of bench that exists for no reason other than that someone thought it would be useful to have a place to sit. You sit down, and the stone is cool beneath you, cooler than it was hours ago when the sun had just set and the city was still warm from the day. You lean back against the wall and look up at the sky, at the stars, at the slow, patient movement of the night. The building behind you is dark. No lamps, no voices, no sounds of life at all. The people inside are asleep, wrapped in their blankets, dreaming their dreams, resting their bodies for the work that will begin again when the sun rises. You are the only one awake in this part of the city, or so it seems. The only one still moving, still watching, still feeling the night as it flows around you, like water around a stone. A soft sound comes from somewhere above you, a window opening perhaps, or a shutter being adjusted, and you look up to see a face at a window on the 3rd floor. A woman's face, pale in the moonlight, her hair loose around her shoulders, her eyes dark and unreadable. She's looking at the street, at the bench where you're sitting, at you. You cannot tell whether she sees you or simply looks past you, through you, at something on the other side of the night. She does not speak. You do not speak. The moment stretches, lengthens, becomes something that exists outside of time, outside of the ordinary rhythms of the world. Then she turns away from the window, and the window closes, and the face is gone, and you're alone again with the stars and the stones, and the slow, steady breathing of the sleeping city. The bench is hard beneath you, but you do not want to move. Your body is tired, not exhausted, not yet, but tired in the way that bodies become, after hours of walking, after hours of watching, after hours of being present in a world that demands nothing from you but your attention. You close your eyes for a moment, just long enough to rest them, and the darkness behind your lids is different from the darkness of the night, warmer, softer, more forgiving, and the city, without hurry, settled deeper into the night. You open your eyes, and for a moment you do not know where you are. The bench is hard beneath you, the wall is cold against your back, and the sky above is darker than it was before. Not lighter, not yet, but different somehow, as if the stars have shifted while you were sleeping, as if the moon has moved closer to the horizon without your permission. You sit up slowly, your muscles stiff, your mouth dry, and you remember Rome, the night, the long walk through streets that seem to go on forever. You must have fallen asleep on the bench just for a few minutes, just long enough for your body to remind you that it has limits, that it needs rest, that even the most determined wanderer must eventually stop and close their eyes. The street is empty, or emptier than it was before. The lamps have burned low, their flames small and flickering, casting barely enough light to see by. A few of them have gone out entirely, leaving patches of complete darkness between the pools of fading light. The air is cooler now, sharper, with a dampness that speaks of the hour before dawn, when the temperature drops to its lowest point, and the world holds its breath, waiting for the sun. But you are not the only one awake. You hear something in the distance, a sound that does not belong to the quiet, a sound that speaks of work and purpose and the endless labour that keeps the city alive. It is a hammer, perhaps, or a wooden mallet striking something heavy. It comes from somewhere to your left, somewhere deeper in the maze of streets, and it is followed by another sound, the creak of a wheel, the scrape of something heavy being dragged across stone. You stand up, stretching your arms above your head, feeling your spine crack and settle, and you walk toward the sounds. The streets here are narrower than the ones you walked earlier, the buildings older, the shadows deeper. But the sounds grow louder as you approach, and after a few minutes, you emerge into a small square that you have not seen before. A square dominated by a building that seems to glow from within, its windows bright with lamplight, its doors open to the night air despite the hour. It is a bakery. You know it before you see the bread, before you smell the yeast, before you hear the sounds of the bakers at work inside. The building is long and low, with an arched ceiling and a floor of worn stone, and at its centre, taking up most of the space, is an oven, a massive brick oven, shaped like a dome, with a fire burning inside so hot that you can feel the heat from the doorway, so hot that the air around it shimmers and dances. The bakers are moving around the oven like dancers around a fire, their bodies silhouetted against the glow, their hands moving quickly, efficiently, as they shape loaves of bread and slide them into the oven on long wooden paddles. You stand in the doorway, watching, and no one tells you to leave. The bakers are too busy to notice you, or too accustomed to the presence of strangers, or simply too tired to care. There are 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, and they have been working since before midnight, kneading dough and shaping loaves and feeding the fire that will not be allowed to go out until the morning's bread is finished. Their faces are streaked with flour, their tunics dusted with it, their hands covered in it, and they move with a rhythm that speaks of years of practice, years of standing in this same room, performing the same motions, watching the same dough rise and fall and rise again. One of the bakers, a man with grey hair and arms as thick as tree branches, is working at a long wooden table, kneading a mass of dough that seems almost alive beneath his hands. He pushes it forward, folds it back, pushes it forward again, his palms pressing into the soft surface with a force that makes the table creak. The dough makes a soft sound, a squelching, stretching sound, and the man's breath comes in short, regular puffs, the breath of someone who has been doing this for hours and will do it for hours more. He does not look up when you enter. His eyes are fixed on the dough, on the texture of it, on the way it changes beneath his hands from a sticky mass to something smooth and elastic and ready to be shaped into loaves. The woman beside him is shaping the loaves, taking pieces of dough from the mass and forming them into rounds. Her fingers quick and sure, tucking the edges under, smoothing the tops, pressing them flat. She works without looking at her hands, her eyes scanning the room, checking the fire, checking the other bakers, checking the shelves where the finished loaves are cooling. She is the one in charge, you realise. Not the owner, perhaps, but the forewoman, the one who makes sure everything happens in the right order, at the right time, in the right way. Her voice cuts through the sounds of the bakery, not loud, not sharp, but clear and precise, giving instructions that the other bakers follow without question. The oven is being loaded now. A young man, the youngest of the group, perhaps 18, perhaps 20, is sliding loaves into the oven on a long wooden paddle. His movements careful, almost cautious, as he positions each loaf on the hot stone floor of the oven before withdrawing the paddle and reaching for the next one. The heat from the oven is intense. You can feel it from where you stand, can feel it drying your skin, making your eyes water, making you step back involuntarily. But the young man does not flinch. He has been doing this for hours and his body has learned to tolerate the heat, to breathe the hot air without coughing, to keep working even when his skin feels like it is about to blister. The smell of baking bread fills the room, fills the square outside, fills your lungs until you can taste it. The sweetness of the grain, the sharpness of the yeast, the particular warmth that comes from bread that is fresh from the oven, its crust crackling, its interior soft and steaming. You realize how hungry you are, how long it has been since you ate, how the simple smell of bread is enough to make your stomach clench and your mouth water. But you do not ask for bread. This is not a shop, not a place where bread is sold. This is a workshop, a place where bread is made, and the bakers are too busy, too focused, too deep in their work to be interrupted by a stranger asking for a handout. Another sound reaches you, not from the bakery but from somewhere beyond it, somewhere on the other side of the square. It is the sound of voices, many voices, speaking in a language that you do not recognize, and the sound of animals, the lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, the sharp cry of a donkey that does not want to be where it is. You leave the bakery and walk across the square, following the sounds, and you find yourself at the entrance to a narrow lane that leads down to the river. The lane is crowded, not with people, not at first, but with animals, with carts, with the kind of chaos that comes when hundreds of creatures are herded through a confined space in the dark. The cattle are being driven toward the river, their hooves clattering on the stones, their breath steaming in the cold air, their eyes wide and white in the light of the torches that line the lane. The men who are driving them walk alongside, their sticks raised, their voices calling out in a rhythm that seems almost musical, a low chanting call that the cattle seem to understand, that makes them move forward without panic, without resistance, simply moving because moving is what they have been told to do. These are the night workers, the ones whose day begins when the sun goes down, whose labour continues through the darkness until the morning comes and their work is done. You step aside, pressing yourself against the wall of a building as the cattle pass. They are close enough to touch, close enough that you can feel the heat of their bodies, can smell the thick, earthy smell of their hides, can hear the soft grunts and snorts that they make as they walk. A young calf stumbles, recovers, hurries to catch up with the others, and one of the drivers laughs, a short, sharp laugh that cuts through the chanting and then fades. The calf is fine, the herd is moving, the night is deep and the work is hard, and the men who do this work will not sleep until the animals are safely in the pens by the river, waiting for the market that will open when the sun rises. Behind the cattle come the carts, wooden carts, heavy with sacks of grain, with amphorae of oil, with crates of vegetables that were harvested yesterday and must be sold today before they spoil. The carts are pulled by oxen, slow and patient, their heads low, their feet placing themselves one in front of the other with a deliberation that seems almost human. The drivers of the carts are not men, they are boys, most of them, young boys who cannot be older than 12 or 13, sitting on the front of the carts with reins in their hands and whips at their sides, their faces serious, their eyes focused on the road ahead. They have been doing this work for years, some of them, since they were old enough to hold the reins, and they know these streets the way other children know their own homes. One of the boys looks at you as he passes, a quick glance, curious, assessing, and then looks away, returning his attention to the oxen, to the cart, to the sacks of grain that are his responsibility. He is small for his age, thin, with dark hair that falls across his forehead and eyes that seem older than the rest of his face. You wonder where he lives, whether he has a family, whether anyone is waiting for him when his work is done. But the cart passes, and the boy passes with it, and you are left with the smell of grain and dust and the particular tiredness that comes from watching other people work. The square behind you is quieter now. The cattle have passed, the carts have passed, and only the bakery remains, its ovens still burning, its bakers still shaping and sliding and baking the bread that will feed the city when the sun rises. But there are other sounds now, sounds that were hidden beneath the noise of the herd, sounds that come from the buildings on either side of the square. Workshops, most of them. Small rooms opening onto the street, each one containing a single craft, a single worker, a single lamp burning through the night. You walk to the nearest one, a cobbler's shop. You can tell from the smell of leather, from the piles of shoes stacked on shelves against the wall, from the wooden forms that sit on the bench waiting for someone to finish the work that was left undone at the end of the day. The cobbler is an old man, older than you thought anyone could be and still be working, and he is sitting on a low stool, a shoe in his lap, a needle in his hand, stitching the sole to the upper with small, precise movements that must be torture for his arthritic fingers. He does not look up when you approach, does not acknowledge your presence at all. His eyes are fixed on the shoe, on the thread, on the small, repetitive motion that has been his life for as long as he can remember. A little further down the street, a potter is working at his wheel, a kick wheel, powered by his foot, his hands shaping a lump of wet clay into something that is not yet a pot, but will be soon. The wheel spins with a soft, whirring sound, and the potter's hands move up and down, pressing, smoothing, guiding the clay into the shape that exists in his mind. He is young, 30 perhaps, and his face has the intense concentration of someone who is working on something that matters to him, something that he wants to be perfect, even though no one will ever know his name or remember the hours he spent at this wheel, making pots that will be used for a few years and then broken and thrown away. You watch him for a long time, or perhaps not a long time, perhaps only a few minutes, but the wheel spins and the clay rises and the shape becomes clearer and clearer until you can see that it is an amphora, a storage jar, the kind that will be used to hold wine or oil or grain. The potter's hands stop, and he lifts the amphora from the wheel, placing it on a wooden board to dry. Only then does he look up. Only then does he see you standing in the doorway, and for a moment you see something in his eyes. Not anger, not annoyance, but surprise. The surprise of someone who thought he was alone, and has just discovered that he is not. He nods, a small nod, almost a gesture, and returns to his work, reaching for another lump of clay, beginning the process again. The wheel spins, the whirring sound resumes, and you step back from the doorway, leaving the potter to his night. The street is darker now, the lamps have burned lower, and no one has come to refill them. The moon has sunk behind the rooftops, and the only light comes from the open doorways of the workshops, from the windows of the bakery, from the small flickering flames of candles that someone has placed in the windows of their homes. You walk slowly, your footsteps soft on the stones, and you notice that the sounds have changed again. The hammering and the shouting and the lowing of cattle have faded, replaced by a different kind of noise, a softer noise, the noise of people who are working quietly, alone, their only company, the small circles of lamplight that surround them. A woman is weaving at a loom set up in the doorway of her home. Not a professional weaver, not someone who sells her cloth in the market, but a woman who weaves because her family needs tunics and blankets, and she cannot afford to buy them. The loom is simple, a wooden frame, a set of heddles, a shuttle that she passes back and forth through the warp threads with a rhythm that never varies. She's weaving a blanket, perhaps, or a cloak, something thick and warm that will protect someone from the cold that will come when winter arrives. Her face is tired, her eyes half closed, but her hands do not stop. They pass the shuttle, beat the weft into place, pass the shuttle again, beat the weft again, in a rhythm that has continued for hours, and will continue until the blanket is finished, or until she falls asleep where she sits. You pass another workshop, this one a metalworker's shop, the sound of hammering ringing out into the street in irregular intervals. The metalworker is making something small, a buckle perhaps, or a brooch, or the hinge for a door, and his hammer rises and falls, each blow precise, each blow shaping the metal that glows red on his anvil. The forge is still burning, its fire bright enough to light the whole room, and the metalworker's face is illuminated by the glow, his features sharp and shadowed, his expression unreadable. He is not thinking about you, about the street, about the night. He is thinking about the metal, about the shape he is trying to create, about the small stubborn piece of bronze that will not bend the way he wants it to bend. A child appears in a doorway, a young girl, perhaps 5 or 6, rubbing her eyes with her fists, her hair tangled, her tunic twisted around her body. She is woken from sleep and come looking for someone, her mother perhaps, or her father, and she stands in the doorway, blinking at the darkness, at the lamps, at the strange shapes that move and shift in the shadows. A woman's voice calls to her from inside, soft, patient, and the girl turns and disappears back into the house, the door closing behind her, the sound of her footsteps fading as she climbs the stairs to the room where the rest of her family is sleeping. You walk on, and the street narrows again, becomes the kind of street you walked at the beginning of the night. Narrow, intimate, lined with insula that rise like cliffs on either side. But something has changed. The windows that were dark when you passed before are still dark, but some of them are beginning to glow with the faint light of lamps being relit, of people waking from their first sleep to begin the second part of their night. The Romans divide the night into segments. The first sleep, the second sleep, the waking hour in between when people rise to tend the fire, or check on their children, or simply lie awake, listening to the sounds of the city. This is that hour, the hour between sleeps, when the boundaries between dreaming and waking grow thin, and the world seems softer, stranger, more full of possibility than it does during the day. A man comes out of a doorway, carrying a lamp, and he walks to the corner of the street where a public fountain stands, drawing water for his household. The fountain is old, the stone is worn smooth by generations of hands, and the water that flows from it is cold and clear and tastes of the deep earth. The man fills his jug, and as he turns to go back inside, he sees you standing in the shadows, and he pauses. For a moment, you think he will speak to you, will ask who you are, what you're doing here, why you're wandering the streets at this hour, when honest people are in their beds. But he does not. He simply looks at you, his expression unreadable, and then he turns and walks back into his building, closing the door behind him. You're not afraid. The night has taught you that there is little to fear in these streets, that the danger you expected when you first entered the darkness was mostly an invention, a story that people tell themselves to make the world seem more exciting than it really is. The Romans are not afraid of the night, or not afraid the way later centuries will be afraid. They know that the darkness holds dangers, yes, but they also know that it holds rest, holds peace, holds the quiet that makes the noise of the day bearable. A woman passes you, walking quickly, her head down, a basket on her arm. She is a prostitute, perhaps, or simply a woman who has business at this hour that she does not want to discuss. You do not judge her. The night does not judge anyone. The night simply receives, simply holds, simply waits for the morning to come and release it from its duties. You find yourself back near the river, not the same stretch of river you visited earlier, but a different part, a part where the water is wider and slower, and the buildings on the far bank are only shadows against the sky. A bridge crosses the river here, a stone bridge, old, with arches that reflect the moonlight and turn it into something almost silver. You walk onto the bridge, your footsteps echoing on the stone, and you stop in the middle, leaning on the railing, looking down at the water below. The river is dark, darker than the sky, darker than the streets, darker than anything you have seen tonight. But it is not silent. It moves with a low, continuous sound. The sound of water flowing over stones, of currents meeting and parting and meeting again, of the deep, slow breath of a river that has been flowing for thousands of years and will flow for thousands more. You watch the water for a long time and you feel something that you cannot name, a sense of peace perhaps, or a sense of smallness, or simply the recognition that you are a part of something larger than yourself, something that does not care about your name, or your work, or the small worries that fill your days. On the far side of the bridge, a man is fishing, standing on the bank, a line in the water, a lamp on the ground beside him. He does not move, he does not seem to breathe. He is simply there, waiting, his eyes fixed on the point where the line enters the water, his body still and patient in the darkness. You wonder if he has caught anything tonight, or if he is one of those fishermen who come to the river not for the fish, but for the quiet, for the solitude, for the chance to be alone with the water and the stars and the slow passage of the night. You do not disturb him. You turn away from the bridge and walk back toward the streets, because the night is not over, and there is more to see, more to feel, more to remember before the sun rises and the city changes again. The bakery is still burning, the workshops are still lit, the fishermen are still fishing, and somewhere in the darkness, in the space between the buildings and the sky, the night is beginning to think about ending. But not yet, not quite yet. The stars are still bright, the moon is still visible, the lamps, though low, have not gone out, and the workers of the night, the bakers and the potters and the metal workers and the women at their looms, continue their labour, their hands moving, their breath steady, their eyes fixed on the work that will not be finished until the sun rises and the day takes the city back from the darkness. Above it all, the patient stars remained. The river fades behind you, and you find yourself walking through streets that feel more private than the ones you have travelled before. These are not the grand avenues of the public city, nor the crowded lanes of the insulae, nor the commercial thoroughfares where merchants and vendors conduct their business. These are the ordinary streets where ordinary Romans live, and as you walk among them, you begin to notice something that you missed in the earlier hours of the night. The light. Not the light of the moon, though that is still present, still silvering the rooftops and casting soft shadows on the walls, but the light that comes from within the buildings themselves, from the windows and doorways and the small unglazed openings that let the air move through the rooms. Everywhere you look, you see lamps, oil lamps, hundreds of them, thousands of them, each one burning with a small steady flame that seems to hold back the darkness just enough to make the rooms inside visible from the street. The lamps are made of clay, most of them, simple and unadorned, the kind of lamps that ordinary people can afford to buy and fill with oil and keep burning through the night. They sit on tables and shelves and windowsills, their flames protected from drafts by small metal shields or by the simple depth of the niches where they are placed. Some of the lamps are bronze, more expensive, more beautiful, shaped like animals or gods or the faces of people who lived long ago, but these are rare, found only in the homes of the wealthy or in the public buildings where the city's business is conducted. You stop in front of a window, not to peer inside, not to spy on the people who live there, but simply to watch the light, to see the way the flame of the lamp moves and flickers and casts its small circle of gold on the wall behind it. The room inside is small, a kitchen perhaps, or a dining room, and you can see the outlines of furniture, a table, a few stools, a shelf holding clay pots and wooden bowls. No one is in the room now. The people who live here are elsewhere in the house, sleeping or talking or performing the small rituals that fill the hours between the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. The lamp on the table is burning low, the oil is almost gone, the wick is short, and the flame is smaller than it was a few hours ago. Soon it will go out, and the room will be dark, and the people who live here will have to find their way, by memory, or by the light of the moon, or by the simple trust that their feet will carry them where they need to go. But for now, the flame burns, small and steady and patient, holding back the darkness in this one small corner of the city. You move on, and the next window you pass is open to the night air. The shutters push back. The curtain, a simple piece of woolen cloth, stirring slightly in the breeze. Inside, a family is gathered around a table. A mother, a father, 2 children, all of them eating a meal that must be their dinner. Though the hour is late and most of the city has already eaten and gone to bed. The mother is cutting bread with a small knife, her movements precise, economical, the movements of someone who has done this thousands of times and does not need to think about it. The father is pouring wine from a clay jug into cups that look like they have been chipped and mended and chipped again. The children, a boy and a girl, perhaps 8 and 10, are watching their parents, waiting for their share of the bread. Their faces soft in the lamplight. The lamp on their table is different from the others you have seen, larger, with 2 spouts instead of 1, and the flames from both spouts cast a brighter light, enough to illuminate the whole table and the faces of the people sitting around it. You can see the expressions on those faces, the mother's tiredness, the father's quiet contentment, the children's eagerness, the small unspoken love that passes between them as they share this meal at the end of the day. They are not wealthy, their clothes are plain, their furniture is simple, their lamp is made of clay rather than bronze, but they have each other, and they have this meal, and they have this moment, and something about the scene makes your chest ache with a feeling that you cannot name. The boy looks up and sees you standing at the window, and for a moment you think he will call out, will point, will alert his parents to the stranger watching them from the street. But he does not. He simply looks at you, his eyes wide, his mouth full of bread, and then he turns back to his family, as if you were no more than a shadow, a passing shape, a thing that does not belong in his world, and therefore does not need to be acknowledged. You step back from the window, feeling suddenly like an intruder, and you continue walking. The street is darker here, the buildings are closer together, the windows smaller, the lamps fewer. But even in the darkness, you can sense the presence of the people inside, can feel their lives pressing against the walls, can hear the soft sounds that escape through the cracks and the gaps and the unglazed openings. A baby crying, a man coughing, a woman humming, the same lullaby you have heard before, or a different one you cannot tell. The sounds are muffled, distant, but they are there, and they fill the night with a kind of music that is older than any song, older than any instrument, older than the city itself. You turn a corner and find yourself in a street that seems more prosperous than the ones you've been walking. The buildings here are taller, the windows larger, the doors made of wood that has been carved and painted and polished until it shines in the lamplight. Iron grills protect the ground floor windows, not the simple bars you saw earlier, but ornate patterns, scrolls and flowers and faces that must have taken hours to create. The people who live here are not the richest of the rich. They do not have villas on the Palatine or gardens that stretch for acres, but they are comfortable, secure, the kind of people who have servants and slaves and enough money to worry about keeping it. One of the doors is open, not wide open, but ajar, just enough for a sliver of light to escape. You approach it carefully, not wanting to be seen, but your curiosity is stronger than your caution. You peer through the gap and see a room that is larger than any you have entered tonight. A room with a mosaic floor, with painted walls, with a ceiling that seems to float above the room like a cloud. The lamp in this room is not a simple clay lamp, but a bronze lampstand, tall and elegant, with multiple spouts arranged in a circle, each one burning with a flame that casts its own small pool of light. The room is empty, or almost empty. You can see a figure in the corner, a woman sitting on a low stool, her back to the door, her hands busy with something you cannot identify. She is weaving, perhaps, or sewing, or simply sitting with her hands in her lap, waiting for someone who has not yet come home. Her hair is dark, piled on top of her head in a style that must have taken hours to arrange, and her dress is made of wool that has been dyed a deep red, the colour of pomegranates, the colour of wine. She is not young. You can see the grey streaking her hair, the lines around her neck, the slight stoop of her shoulders, but there is something about her that speaks of strength, of endurance, of a life that has been lived fully and is not yet finished. A slave enters the room, a young man, barefoot, wearing a simple tunic, and he speaks to the woman in a voice too low for you to hear. She nods and he leaves, and the woman returns to her work, her hands moving slowly, almost reluctantly, as if she would rather be doing something else, as if she is only performing this task because there is nothing better to do. The lamp flames flicker, and the shadows on the wall shift, and the woman's silhouette becomes sharper, more defined, as if the darkness itself is trying to see her more clearly. You step back from the door, and as you do, you catch your reflection in a polished bronze mirror that hangs on the wall opposite the entrance. You look different than you expected. Older, perhaps, or younger, or simply different in ways you cannot identify. The night has changed you, the way the night changes everyone who walks through it long enough, deep enough, far enough from the light of day. Your face is shadowed, your eyes are dark, your expression is unreadable even to yourself. You turn away from the mirror and walk on, leaving the prosperous street behind, returning to the narrower lanes where the lamps are fewer and the shadows are deeper. Here, the domestic life of Rome is not hidden behind carved doors and iron grills, but is visible in every doorway, every window, every open space where the people who live in these buildings gather to eat and talk and perform the small rituals that make a house a home. A woman is sitting on the step of a doorway, a baby in her arms, her face illuminated by the light of a lamp that someone has placed on the ground beside her. The baby is sleeping. You can see its small chest rising and falling, its tiny mouth open, its fists curled against its mother's breast. The woman is not sleeping. She is watching the street, watching the shadows, watching the occasional passerby, with the alertness of someone who has learned that the night can bring danger as easily as it brings rest. But she's not afraid. Her body is relaxed, her breathing is slow. Her hand moves in a gentle rhythmic circle on the baby's back, soothing the child even in sleep. She sees you coming, and her eyes follow you as you approach, but she does not move, does not speak, does not give any sign that your presence troubles her. You are not the first stranger to walk this street tonight, and you will not be the last, and she has learned long ago that most strangers are not threats, are simply people who are walking from one place to another, from one life to another, from one moment to the next. You want to speak to her, to ask her name, to ask the baby's name, to ask how she came to be sitting on this step at this hour with this child in her arms. But you do not. You simply walk past her as she expects you to, and you leave her to the night and the baby and the small flickering lamp that is the only light in this part of the street. Another window, another room, another lamp. This one is different. Not a family gathered around a table, not a woman sewing in silence, but a man sitting alone at a desk, a scroll unrolled in front of him, a stylus in his hand. He is writing, or trying to write, his hand hovering over the scroll, his brow furrowed, his lips moving as he searches for the right word, the right phrase, the right way to say whatever it is he needs to say. The lamp on his desk is small, its flame barely bright enough to see by, and the man has to lean close to the scroll, close enough that the heat of the flame must be uncomfortable on his face. You cannot read what he is writing. The script is too small, the light too dim, the angle too awkward, but you can feel the importance of it, the weight of the words that he is trying to capture on the papyrus. He is writing a letter, perhaps, or a poem, or a record of something that happened today that he does not want to forget. He is writing for himself, you realize, not for an audience, not for posterity, but simply because writing is what he does, is who he is the thing that makes the darkness bearable. He looks up, and for a moment his eyes meet yours through the window. He does not startle, does not look away, does not seem surprised to find a stranger watching him in the night. He simply looks at you, his expression calm, almost curious, and then he returns his attention to the scroll, his stylus descending, his hand moving across the page in a flow of ink and thought, and the small, private act of creation. You move on, and the street opens into a small courtyard, not unlike the ones you have visited before, but different somehow, more intimate, more private. The buildings around the courtyard are low, only 2 or 3 stories tall, and the courtyard itself is paved with stones that have been worn smooth by feet and rain and the passage of time. A few benches sit against the walls, and on one of them, an old man is sitting alone, his head bowed, his hands folded in his lap. He is not sleeping, his eyes are open, you can see them glinting in the moonlight, but he is not doing anything either. He is simply sitting, waiting, perhaps for sleep, perhaps for death, perhaps for nothing more than the night to end. You do not disturb him. You walk quietly across the courtyard, your footsteps soft on the stones, and you leave him to his vigil. There is something holy about this courtyard, something sacred, something that makes you want to speak in whispers and move with care. The people who live here have created a place of peace in the middle of the city, a place where the noise and the crowds and the endless demands of the day cannot reach, a place where the only sounds are the soft rustle of the wind and the distant bark of a dog and the steady, patient breathing of the old man on the bench. A doorway leads out of the courtyard and into another street, and you follow it, not because you want to leave, but because the courtyard is not yours, does not belong to you, cannot hold you the way it holds the people who live here. You are a visitor, a passerby, a shadow that has drifted through this space and will soon drift away, leaving no trace of your presence behind. The new street is wider than the one you left, with buildings on only one side. The other side is open to the darkness, open to the sky, open to the stars that are still wheeling slowly overhead. This is a garden, you realise, not a public garden, not a park, but the garden of a private home, a space where the people who live here can grow flowers and herbs and vegetables and sit in the cool of the evening without being seen by the street. The wall that separates the garden from the street is low, low enough that you can see over it, can see the shapes of plants and trees and the small fountain that is the garden's heart. A woman is walking in the garden, not the same woman you saw before, but another one, younger, with dark hair that falls loose to her waist and bare feet that make no sound on the grass. She is carrying a lamp, a small simple lamp, the kind that you can hold in one hand, and she is walking slowly, deliberately, as if she is searching for something or someone. The light of the lamp moves with her, casting shadows that dance and shift on the walls of the garden, on the leaves of the plants, on the surface of the fountain. She stops at the fountain, sets the lamp down on the stone rim, and kneels beside the water. She is praying, you realise, or meditating, or simply listening to the sound of the water as it falls from the fountain spout into the basin below. Her lips move, but no sound reaches you, and you cannot tell whether she is speaking to the gods, or to herself, or to someone who is not there. Her face in the lamplight is beautiful, not the beauty of youth or health or symmetry, but the beauty of someone who has known sorrow and has not been broken by it, who has carried grief and has learned to set it down when the weight becomes too much. You stand at the wall watching her, and you feel that you're seeing something that you are not meant to see, a moment of privacy that should not be shared with a stranger in the dark. But you cannot look away. There is something about the way she kneels, the way her hands rest on her thighs, the way her head tilts back to look at the stars, that speaks to something deep in you, something that you have buried so long ago that you'd forgotten it existed. She finishes her prayer, or her meditation, or whatever it was that brought her to the fountain, and she stands, picking up the lamp, turning to walk back toward the house. As she turns, she sees you standing at the wall, and for a moment she freezes, her body going rigid, her eyes widening in surprise or fear, or something in between. Then she relaxes, not completely, but enough, and she nods. Once, a small acknowledgement that she has seen you, and that she is not afraid. You nod back, and she turns away, walking back into the house, closing the door behind her. The garden is empty now, but the fountain still flows, the water still falls, the stars still shine down on the flowers, and the grass and the small dark pool where the woman was kneeling a moment ago. You step back from the wall and continue walking, your feet carrying you through streets that are growing quieter, darker, more still. The hour is late, later than you thought, later than you realized, and the city is beginning to settle into the deepest part of the night, the part that comes just before the turn toward dawn, when even the night watchmen grow drowsy, and the bakers pause to rest their arms, and the women at their looms close their eyes for just a moment, just long enough to remember what sleep feels like. A lamp flickers in a window above you, the flame guttering, the oil almost gone, the light growing dimmer and dimmer until it is barely a glow, barely a presence, barely enough to hold back the darkness that presses against the glass. You watch the flame as it fights to stay alive, as it shrinks and swells and shrinks again, as it seems to gather itself for one last effort before it surrenders to the night. And then it goes out. The window goes dark and the room behind it disappears into the shadows, and you are left with the moonlight and the starlight and the small flickering flames of the lamps that have not yet burned through their oil. The darkness seems deeper now, more complete, as if the loss of that one small flame has changed something in the texture of the night, has made the darkness more present, more real, more alive. You walk on, and the streets are emptier than they have been all night. The workshops are dark, the bakeries are quiet, even the ovens have been banked, their fires reduced to coals that will be revived when the morning comes. The taverns are closed, their doors barred, their windows shuttered, their customers long since gone to their beds. The only sounds are the sounds of the night itself. The wind in the trees, the water in the fountains, the soft, distant cry of a bird that has woken too early and is calling for a dawn that has not yet arrived. A door opens in the building beside you, not a grand door, not a public door, but a small, unassuming door that you did not notice until it swung open. A man steps out carrying a lamp in one hand and a small clay pot in the other. He is dressed for sleep, a simple tunic, bare feet, his hair dishevelled, and his face is slack with the particular tiredness of someone who has been woken from a deep sleep and is not yet fully conscious. He walks to a shrine built into the wall at the corner of the building. The same kind of shrine you have seen before, the lararium, the household shrine where Romans make offerings to their gods. He sets the lamp down on the shelf of the shrine, and then he opens the clay pot, revealing something inside, dried figs perhaps, or small cakes, or simply grain that he has saved for this purpose. He places the offerings on the shelf beside the lamp, and then he bows his head, his lips moving in words that you cannot hear. He is making the morning offering, you realize, though the morning is still hours away, though the sun will not rise for a long time yet. For the Romans, the day begins, not with the sunrise, but with the first light, with the moment when the darkness begins to fade and the world starts to take shape again. And for those who are pious, those who remember the old ways, the offering must be made before the light returns, in the deepest part of the night, when the gods are closest and the veil between the worlds is thinnest. The man finishes his prayer and stands, his eyes still closed, his lips still moving silently. Then he opens his eyes, picks up the lamp, and walks back into his building, closing the door behind him. The shrine remains, lit by the lamp that he left there. Not the same lamp, but another one. A small lamp that burns with a steady, unwavering flame that seems to exist outside of time. You stand in front of the shrine for a long time, or perhaps not a long time, perhaps only a few minutes, and you look at the painted figures of the gods, the lares and penators and the spirits of the ancestors, the guardians of the home. They are watching you, you realize, not with judgment, not with expectation, but with a kind of patience, a kind of stillness, a kind of presence that is older than Rome, older than the hills, older than the memory of the people who built this city. You reach into the fold of your tunic. You're still wearing the tunic that the night gave you, the one that belongs to this time, this place, this dream, and you find a small coin, a bronze coin that you did not know was there. You place the coin on the shelf of the shrine beside the offerings that the man left there, and you bow your head, not in prayer. You do not know the prayers, would not know how to speak them even if you did, but in acknowledgement, in respect, in the simple recognition that you are standing in a place that is holy, that has been holy for centuries, that will be holy for centuries more. You turn away from the shrine and walk back into the street, and as you walk, you notice that the darkness is changing. It is not lighter, not yet, but it is different, softer, as if the night is beginning to prepare itself for the coming of the day. The stars are still bright, the moon is still visible, but there is something in the air, something in the quality of the light that speaks of endings and beginnings, of the thin place between night and day, where anything is possible and nothing is certain. The lamps are burning lower now, their flames smaller, their light dimmer. Some have gone out entirely, and no one has come to relight them. The city is sleeping, truly sleeping now, deeply sleeping. The kind of sleep that comes in the hours before dawn, when even the restless find rest and even the troubled find peace. You find another bench, not the same bench you sat on before, but a similar one, built into the wall of a building, shaded by a wooden awning that protects it from the rain. You sit down, and the stone is cold beneath you, colder than it was before, but you do not mind. Your body is tired, not exhausted, not the way it was after the first hours of walking, but tired in a deeper way, a way that speaks of having been awake for too long, of having seen too much, of having carried the weight of the night on your shoulders for hours that seem to stretch into days. You lean back against the wall and close your eyes, and the darkness behind your lids is the same as the darkness in front of them. And for a moment you are not sure whether you're awake or dreaming, whether you're still walking the streets of Rome, or have finally found your way into the sleep that your body has been craving. The lamp on the wall beside you, a public lamp, one of the few that still burns, flickers, once, twice, and then steadies, its flame small but determined, holding back the darkness in this one small corner of the city. And somewhere beyond the rooftops, the darkness drifted on. You open your eyes and something is different. The air has changed, not cooler, not warmer, but thicker somehow, heavier, as if the night itself has become more dense, more present, more aware of your presence. The stars are still visible, the moon still hangs above the rooftops, but there is a quality to the darkness that you have not noticed before, a depth, a richness, a sense that something is happening in the city that does not happen on ordinary nights. Then you remember the calendar that the night has been keeping without your knowledge, the phases of the moon, the turning of the seasons, the festivals that mark the passage of time in ways that have nothing to do with the sun. Tonight is not an ordinary night, tonight is sacred. You stand up from the bench and your body feels different, lighter perhaps, or more alert, as if the change in the air has awakened something in you that had been sleeping. The street is empty, emptier than before, if that is possible, but the emptiness feels different now. It feels like waiting, it feels like expectation, it feels like the moment before a door opens and something steps through. A sound reaches you from somewhere in the distance, not the sound of work, not the sound of the river, but a different sound, a sound that seems to come from another world entirely. It is singing, not the kind of singing you heard in the tavern, not the lullabies that mothers sing to their children, but something older, deeper, more formal. Voices rising and falling in a rhythm that feels ancient, that feels as old as the hills, that feels like it was old when Rome was young, and will still be young when Rome is old. You follow the sound, walking through streets that seem to shift and change around you, as if the city itself is rearranging itself to to lead you where you need to go. The singing grows louder as you walk, and after a few minutes, you emerge into a small square that you have not seen before, a square dominated by a temple. Not a grand temple, like the ones on the Capitoline, but a small temple, intimate, with a low porch and columns that seem to lean slightly, as if they have been standing here for so long that they have begun to settle into the earth. The temple is lit, not with lamps, not with torches, but with something else, something that seems to come from within the building itself, a soft golden glow that spills out through the open doors and washes over the steps and the square beyond. The singing is coming from inside the temple, and as you approach you can see figures moving in the glow, women mostly, though there are a few men among them, all of them dressed in white, all of them wearing crowns of flowers or leaves, all of them moving in a slow, deliberate dance that seems to have no beginning and no end. You stop at the edge of the square, not wanting to intrude, not wanting to break the spell that has settled over this place. The dancers are circling something, an altar perhaps, or a statue, or simply a space that has been made sacred by their presence. Their voices rise and fall in a chant that you cannot understand. Words in a language that is older than Latin, older than Greek, older than any language that has ever been written down. The sound is beautiful, not beautiful in the way that music is beautiful, but beautiful in the way that the night is beautiful, in the way that darkness is beautiful, in the way that something ancient and mysterious and utterly beyond your understanding can be beautiful. A woman breaks away from the circle and walks toward you, her bare feet silent on the stones, her white tunic billowing slightly in the breeze. She is young, younger than you thought, perhaps 20, perhaps 25, and her face is illuminated by the glow from the temple, her eyes dark and deep, her expression calm and unreadable. She stops a few feet away from you, and she looks at you for a long moment, as if she's trying to decide something, as if she's weighing your presence against something that you cannot see. "You are not from here," she says. Her voice is soft, low, almost a whisper, but it carries in the still air. It is not a question. She is not asking you to confirm what she already knows. "No," you say, though you're not sure what you mean by it. You're not from here. You're not from anywhere that this woman would recognize. You are a stranger in this city, in this night, in this world that exists somewhere between history and dream. She nods as if your answer is what she expected. "Tonight is the festival of the goddess," she says, "the night when she walks among us, when the veil between worlds grows thin, when the dead can speak to the living, and the living can hear the voices of those who have gone before." She pauses and her eyes search your face, looking for something that you cannot name. You should not be here, but you are here, so perhaps the goddess wants you to be here. She turns and walks back toward the temple, and you follow her, not because you have decided to, not because you have made a choice, but because your feet seem to move of their own accord, carrying you up the steps and through the open doors and into the warm, golden glow of the temple interior. The inside of the temple is larger than it looks from outside, larger and older and stranger. The walls are covered with paintings, not the bright, fresh paintings you saw in the wealthy homes, but faded paintings, ancient paintings, paintings that have been here for centuries, their colours muted, their figures barely visible in the dim light. You can make out shapes, women dancing, men offering sacrifices, children playing, animals running, but the details are lost to time and darkness and the slow decay of the centuries. The altar stands in the centre of the room, a stone block, simple and unadorned, with a small fire burning on top of it. The fire is not large, just a few flames, just a few sticks of wood, just enough to cast light on the faces of the women who circle around it. Their voices still rising and falling in that ancient chant, their bodies still moving in that slow, deliberate dance. The smoke from the fire rises in thin, twisting spirals, carrying the smell of herbs and incense and something else, something that you cannot identify, something that makes your head feel light and your thoughts feel slow. The woman who spoke to you has rejoined the circle, and she is dancing with the others. Her arms raised, her head thrown back, her eyes closed. She is not looking at you anymore. She has forgotten you, or released you, or given you over to the goddess who walks among the worshippers on this sacred night. You stand at the edge of the circle, watching, and you feel something shift inside you, something that you did not know was there, something that has been sleeping for a long time and is now beginning to wake. The chant, the dance, the fire, the smoke, the darkness beyond the temple walls, all of it seems to be speaking to you, telling you something that you cannot understand, but that you can feel in your bones, in your blood, in the deep, ancient places of your body that remember things that your mind has forgotten. A man steps out of the shadows, not one of the dancers, but someone else, someone older, someone dressed in a dark robe that seems to absorb the light rather than reflect it. He is carrying a staff, a wooden staff, carved with symbols that you do not recognize, and his face is hidden in the shadow of a hood, so that you can see only his mouth, only the thin line of his lips, only the slight curve that might be a smile, or might be something else entirely. You feel it, he says. His voice is low, rough, the voice of someone who has spent a lifetime chanting in the darkness, speaking words that no one else can hear. The presence, the goddess. She is here tonight, in this place, in this city. She walks among us, and she sees you, stranger. She sees you, and she wonders why you have come. You do not answer. You do not know how to answer. You do not even know if the question is real, or if it is part of the dance, part of the chant, part of the dream that you seem to have fallen into. The man nods as if your silence is answer enough. There are many gods in Rome, he says. Gods of the day and gods of the night, gods of the home and gods of the city. Gods who live in the temples and gods who live in the cracks between the stones. But the goddess who walks tonight is older than all of them. She was here before Rome was built, before the hills were named, before the Tiber began to flow. She will be here after Rome is gone, after the stones have crumbled, after the memory of this city has faded from the earth. He raises his staff, and the dancers stop. The chant falls silent, the fire flickers, and for a moment the temple is dark, completely dark, darker than you have ever known, dark in a way that seems to press against your skin, to fill your lungs, to seep into your bones. Then the fire flares again, and the dancers resume their movement, and the chant begins again, and the man in the dark robe is gone, vanished into the shadows, as if he was never there. You step back, your heart pounding, your breath coming fast. The temple seems larger now, stranger, more full of shadows and secrets than it was a moment ago. The painted figures on the walls seem to move, to shift, to change their positions when you're not looking directly at them. The fire on the altar burns higher, hotter, and the smoke fills the room, making your eyes water, making your thoughts swirl and tumble like leaves in a storm. A woman approaches you, not the same woman who spoke to you before, but another one, older, with grey hair and a face that has been weathered by years of wind and sun and the smoke of sacred fires. She is carrying a small clay bowl, and inside the bowl is something that glows, not fire, not flame, but a soft, cool light that seems to come from within the bowl itself, from whatever is inside it. Take this, she says, and she holds the bowl out to you. It is the light of the goddess. It will guide you through the darkness, through the night, through the hours that remain until dawn. Do not let it go out. Do not let it fall. Do not let it touch the ground. You take the bowl from her hands, and the light inside it is warm against your palms. Warm in a way that has nothing to do with heat. Warm in a way that seems to come from somewhere deep inside you, somewhere that you did not know was cold until this moment. The woman turns away and rejoins the dancers, and you are left holding the bowl, standing at the edge of the circle, watching the flames and the shadows, and the slow, endless movement of the sacred dance. You do not know how long you stand there. Time has become meaningless in this place, in this night, in this temple where the goddess walks among her worshippers, and the veil between worlds is thin as gossamer, thin as breath, thin as the space between one heartbeat and the next. The dancers circle, the chant rises and falls, the fire burns, and the light in the bowl glows softly, steadily, like a small contained star that you are holding in your hands. Eventually, after an hour, after a moment, after an eternity, the chant begins to fade. The dancers slow their movements, becoming languid, dreamlike, as if they're moving through water rather than air. The fire on the altar sinks lower, the flames shrinking, the coals glowing red and then dark and then red again. The women in white begin to leave, one by one, slipping out of the temple and into the night, their voices fading into the distance, their white tunics disappearing into the darkness, like ghosts returning to the world of the dead. You are alone in the temple, or almost alone. The man in the dark robe is standing in the corner, watching you, his staff in his hand, his face still hidden in the shadow of his hood. He does not speak, he does not move, he simply watches, patient and still, as if he has been standing in that corner for centuries, and will stand there for centuries more. You walk toward the door of the temple, the bowl still in your hands, the lights still glowing. The night air hits your face as you step outside, cooler than the air inside, fresher, clearer, and you breathe deeply, feeling the smoke leave your lungs, feeling your thoughts begin to settle, feeling the strange sacred energy of the temple begin to fade. The square outside is empty. The moon is still high, the stars still bright, but something has changed. The night feels older now, more tired, as if it has been carrying a weight that it is finally ready to set down. The darkness is softer, less dense, less present, and you realize that the hour is later than you thought, much later, that the night is almost over, that the dawn is not far away. You walk away from the temple, the bowl still in your hands, and you follow the streets without thinking, without choosing, letting your feet carry you where they will. The light in the bowl guides you, not by illuminating the path, but by some other means, some deeper sense, some instinct that you did not know you had until this moment. You pass another temple, larger than the first, more formal, with columns and pediments and statues of gods that you do not recognize. The doors are closed, but you can see light through the cracks, and you can hear voices inside, chanting, but different chanting, lower and more solemn. The chanting of priests who have been awake all night, performing the rituals that keep the city safe, that keep the gods content, that keep the darkness from swallowing the world. You do not stop. You walk on, and the bowl glows in your hands, and the light seems to grow brighter as the darkness around you grows deeper, as if the light is pushing back against the night, holding it at bay, protecting you from something that you cannot see. A group of people emerges from a side street, not dancers, not priests, but ordinary people, men and women dressed in their ordinary clothes, carrying lamps and torches and small clay bowls like the one you're holding. They are walking in a procession, slowly, silently, their faces solemn, their eyes fixed on something ahead of them that you cannot see. They're going to a shrine perhaps, or a sacred grove, or simply to a place where the gods are known to walk on nights like this one. You step aside to let them pass, and as they pass, one of the women looks at you, not with curiosity, not with suspicion, but with recognition, as if she knows you, as if she has seen you before, as if you're part of this night in a way that you do not understand. She nods, once, and then she is gone, swallowed by the procession, carried away by the slow, silent river of people moving through the darkness. You continue walking, and the streets become narrower, more twisted, more like the streets you walked at the beginning of the night. The buildings here are older, much older, with walls made of stone that has been fitted together without mortar, with doorways that are low and narrow, with windows that are nothing more than slits in the walls. This is the oldest part of the city, you realise? The part that was built before Rome was Rome, when the hills were still wild and the Tiber still ran free, and the only gods were the gods of the earth and the sky and the dark, deep places beneath the ground. A shrine stands at the corner of two streets, not a formal shrine, not a lararium like the ones you've seen before, but a simple pile of stones with offerings placed in the cracks and crevices. A small bone, a piece of pottery, a lock of hair, a feather. The shrine is ancient, older than the buildings around it, older than the streets, older than the city itself. It has been here since before anyone can remember, and it will be here long after everyone has forgotten what it means, what it honours, what darkness it holds at bay. You kneel in front of the shrine, not because you're religious, not because you believe in the gods of this place, but because kneeling feels right, feels respectful, feels like the only appropriate response to something so old, so mysterious, so utterly beyond your understanding. You set the bowl down on the ground in front of you, and the light inside it illuminates the stones of the shrine, the offerings, the small dark spaces between them. A voice speaks behind you, soft, low, barely a whisper. You have come far, stranger, farther than most, farther than any who have walked these streets in many years. You turn, and you see an old woman sitting on the steps of a building. A woman so old that she seems to be made of the stones themselves, her skin the colour of weathered marble, her hair the colour of dust, her eyes the colour of the sky just before dawn. She's wearing a tunic that might once have been white, but is now grey with age and dirt, and her feet are bare, the nails yellowed and cracked. I have been watching you, she says, all night. I have seen you walk the streets, visit the taverns, sit in the courtyards, stand by the river. I have seen you watch the bakers and the potters and the women at their looms. I have seen you stand at the temple of the goddess and hold a sacred light in your hands. She pauses, and her eyes seem to look through you, past you, into something that you cannot see. You are looking for something. You have been looking for something all night. Perhaps you do not know what it is. Perhaps you have forgotten. But the night knows. The night remembers. And the night will show you if you let it. You do not know what to say. You do not know what she means. But something in her words resonates with you. Something that you have been feeling all night without being able to name it. A sense that you are searching for something. That you have been searching for something for a long time. That the search itself is the reason you're here. Walking these streets, breathing this air, living this life that is not quite yours. The old woman stands, slowly, painfully, her joints creaking like the branches of an old tree, and she walks toward you, her bare feet silent on the stones. She kneels beside you, in front of the shrine, and she reaches out her hand to touch the bowl, the light, the small contained star that you have been carrying. This light, she says, is the light of the goddess, but it is also your light, the light that you are born with, the light that you have been carrying all your life without knowing it, the light that will guide you home when the time comes, when the night is over, when the dawn breaks over the 7 hills and the city wakes to begin another day. She touches the bowl and the light flares, not brighter, but deeper, more intense, more present. You can feel it in your chest, in your throat, in your eyes, and for a moment you're not sure where the light ends and you begin, where the bowl ends and your hands begin, where the night ends and the day begins. Then the old woman stands and she walks away, disappearing into the shadows between 2 buildings, and you are alone with the shrine and the bowl and the light that seems to be growing dimmer, smaller, more distant. You pick up the bowl and stand, your knees stiff, your back aching, your body telling you that the night has been long and that the night is almost over. The sky is changing, not lighter, not yet, but different. The stars fading, the moon sinking, the darkness softening at the edges. Dawn is coming. You can feel it in the air, in the coolness, in the stillness that has settled over the city, like a blanket. You walk back toward the river, or toward where you think the river is. And as you walk, you pass more shrines, more temples, more places where the people of this city have gathered to honor their gods, to perform their rituals, to keep the darkness sacred. Some of these places are grand, with marble floors and gold leaf ceilings, and statues that seem to glow in the lamplight. Others are small, simple, almost invisible, tucked into corners and niches and the spaces between buildings. But all of them are sacred. All of them have been touched by the hands of people who believed, who hoped, who feared, who loved, who lived and died and were forgotten. And all of them are part of the night, part of the darkness, part of the great, endless river of time that flows through this city and will flow through it long after you're gone. The bowl in your hands grows warm, not hot but warm, the warmth of something that has been held for a long time, the warmth of something that is alive, that is breathing, that is waiting for something that you cannot name. You look down at the light and it flickers, as if it is responding to something inside you, something that you have been hiding, something that you have been afraid to see. You stop walking. The street is empty. The buildings around you are dark. The only light is the light in the bowl, the small, steady flame that has guided you through the night, through the city, through the darkness that seemed so deep and so wide and so impossible to cross. And somewhere beyond the rooftops, the darkness drifted on. The bowl in your hands grows lighter, or perhaps your hands have grown stronger, or perhaps the night has simply decided that you have carried this light long enough. The flame flickers once, twice, and then steadies, smaller than before but more determined, as if it knows that its work is almost done. You walk slowly now, your feet dragging slightly on the stones, your body finally beginning to admit that it has been awake for too long, that it needs rest, that the dawn will bring a kind of sleep, even if your eyes remain open. The streets are changing, not the streets themselves. They are the same stones, the same walls, the same doorways and windows and balconies that you have been passing all night. But the quality of the darkness is different. It is thinner now, less dense, as if the night is slowly exhaling, releasing its hold on the city. The stars that were so bright just an hour ago have begun to fade. Not all of them, but the faintest ones. The ones that only appear when the darkness is deepest. The moon has sunk so low that you can barely see it above the rooftops, a pale sliver of silver that seems to be melting into the sky. You are not the only one awake. The night watchmen are still walking their rounds, their lanterns swinging from their hands, their footsteps slow and heavy on the stones. You pass one of them, a different one from before, younger, with a scar on his cheek and eyes that seem to see everything and nothing at the same time, and he nods at you as you pass, the same nod that the others have given you, the nod that says you are not a threat, that you belong to the night, that you have as much right to be here as anyone. A dog barks somewhere in the distance, not the sharp, urgent bark of the earlier hours, but a lazy bark, a sleepy bark, the bark of a dog that is half asleep, and is only barking because it heard something that might have been a threat but probably was not. The bark fades and the silence returns, and the silence is different now too, softer, more forgiving, less like the silence of the deep night, and more like the silence that comes just before a room full of people begins to wake. You find yourself in a neighbourhood that you do not recognise, or perhaps you do recognise it. Perhaps you've been here before, earlier in the night, but the darkness has changed it, has made it unfamiliar, has turned the familiar into something strange and new. The buildings here are low, only 2 or 3 stories tall, with gardens behind them, gardens that you can smell, even if you cannot see them. Gardens filled with herbs and flowers and the particular green scent of things that grow in the dark. A woman is standing in a doorway, not watching, not waiting, simply standing, her hands folded in front of her, her face turned toward the sky. She's not looking at the stars. There are barely any stars left to look at. But at the horizon, at the place where the sky meets the earth, at the thin line of grey that is beginning to appear, where before there was only blackness. She's watching for the dawn, you realise. She's been awake all night, perhaps, or has woken early, and she is standing in her doorway, watching the light return, watching the world rebuild itself out of the darkness. You stop in front of her, and she looks at you, not with surprise, not with fear, but with the simple acknowledgement of one night creature to another. She does not speak, and neither do you. There is nothing to say. The night is ending. The day is coming. Words are not needed for something that everyone can see, can feel, can taste in the air. She turns and walks back into her house, closing the door behind her, and you're alone again. But not alone. Never truly alone in this city, even in the quietest hours, even when the streets are empty and the lamps have gone out, and the only light comes from the fading stars and the rising sun. The city is still here, still breathing, still waiting, still holding you in its ancient, patient embrace. You walk on, and the streets become wider, straighter, more like the streets you walked at the beginning of the night. The insula rise on either side of you, their windows dark, their balconies empty, their laundry still hanging from the lines, motionless now in the still air. A few of the windows are beginning to glow, not with the warm, golden light of oil lamps, but with a different kind of light, a paler light, the light of the dawn reflecting off the walls and finding its way through the small, unglazed openings. The bakery is still burning. You can smell it before you see it. The familiar smell of bread and yeast and the particular warmth that comes from an oven that has been burning all night. You turn a corner, and there it is. The same bakery you visited hours ago, but different now, quieter. The bakers slower in their movements, their faces drawn with exhaustion, their hands moving with the automatic precision of people who have been working for so long that they have forgotten how to stop. The oven is still hot, still glowing, still turning out loaves of bread that are carried to the shelves by the young man with the wooden paddle. But there are fewer loaves now, and the bakers are working more slowly, and you can see that they are almost finished, that the night's work is almost done, that soon they will bank the fire and wash their hands and go home to their beds, to sleep through the morning and the afternoon and wake again when the sun goes down, to begin the same work all over again. You do not go inside. You stand in the doorway watching, and the forewoman, the one with the grey hair and the strong arms, looks up and sees you. She does not nod this time. She does not acknowledge you. She simply returns to her work, shaping the last few loaves, pressing them flat, setting them on the paddle for the young man to slide into the oven. She is tired, more tired than she was hours ago, more tired than she has any right to be. But her hands do not shake, and her eyes do not close, and she keeps working because the work is not done, and she is the one who must do it. You step back from the doorway and continue walking. The river is close now. You can hear it, smell it, feel its presence in the dampness of the air and the softness of the stones beneath your feet. You follow the sound, and after a few minutes, you emerge onto the same broad avenue that runs along the riverbank. The avenue you walked earlier in the night, when the moon was high and the stars were bright and the night seemed endless. The river is different now. The water is darker than it was. Or perhaps it is the same darkness. But the light around it is changing. The sky growing lighter. The water reflecting a grey that is not yet blue, not yet silver, but something in between. Something that has no name. The boats that were tied to the piers are still there, their hulls creaking softly, their sails furled, their oars shipped. But there is movement now. A fisherman pulling in his nets, a ferryman checking his ropes, a woman washing clothes in the shallows, her hands red with cold, her breath steaming in the chill air. You stand on the riverbank, the bowl still in your hands. lights still glowing, and you watch the dawn come. It comes slowly, not the dramatic sunrise of painters and poets, but a gradual brightening, a softening of the darkness, a slow revelation of shapes and colours that were hidden just a few minutes ago. The buildings on the far side of the river emerge from the shadows, their brickwork turning from black to brown to red as the light touches them. The water changes too, from black to grey to a pale, silvery blue, rippling in the current, catching the first light and holding it for a moment before letting it go. The bowl in your hands grows warm, warmer than before, almost hot, and the light inside it flickers, falters, and then goes out. The flame is gone, the light is gone. You are holding nothing but a clay bowl, empty and dark, the same kind of bowl that you have seen in 100 doorways, on 100 shrines, in 100 homes where people light their lamps at dusk and let them burn until dawn. You set the bowl down on the stone pier beside you, and you stand up, stretching your arms above your head, feeling your spine crack and settle. Your body is tired, deeply tired, the kind of tired that comes from being awake all night, from walking for hours, from seeing and feeling and experiencing more than any one night should hold. But you are not unhappy, you are not sad, you are simply present, simply here, simply standing on the bank of the Tiber as the sun begins to rise over the 7 hills of Rome. The first light touches the rooftops, not the rooftops you have been walking among all night, but the rooftops of the city itself, the ancient city, the eternal city, the city that has been here for centuries and will be here for centuries more. The light is golden, not the harsh gold of the midday sun, but a soft gold, a gentle gold, the gold of honey and amber and the last leaves of autumn. It spreads across the rooftops like water spreading across a dry floor, slowly, steadily, finding every crack and crevice, every shadow and hollow, filling the darkness with light. A rooster crows somewhere in the distance. Not the first rooster you have heard tonight, but the first one that matters, the one that announces the dawn, the one that tells the city that the night is over and the day has begun. Other roosters answer, their calls echoing across the rooftops, filling the air with a sound that is older than Rome, older than the hills, older than the memory of the people who built this city. The streets that were empty are beginning to fill, not with crowds, not yet, but with individuals, with early risers, with people who have work to do before the rest of the city wakes. A man walks past you, carrying a bucket, heading toward the public fountain. A woman follows him, a basket on her arm, her bare feet silent on the stones. A child runs past. Where is he going? Why is he running? What urgency drives him at this hour when the rest of the world is still asleep? You do not know. You will never know. But he runs and his footsteps echo on the stones, and the sound fades into the distance, and the city begins to stir. The bakers are closing their doors. You can hear the wooden shutters being fastened, the iron bars being slid into place, the tired voices of the workers saying goodbye to one another before they walk home to their beds. The potter has stopped his wheel, and his workshop is dark, and the only sound from that part of the street is the soft snoring of someone who has fallen asleep where they sit. The metal worker's forge is cold, the hammer is silent, and the only light in his workshop comes from the grey dawn filtering through the open door. You walk away from the river, back into the streets, and the streets are different now. Not the streets of the night, but the streets of the morning, the streets of the day that is beginning. The shadows that seem so deep, so mysterious, so full of possibility just an hour ago are now just shadows, ordinary shadows, cast by ordinary buildings, fading as the sun rises and the light grows stronger. The insulae that seemed so tall, so imposing, so full of secrets, are now just buildings, ordinary buildings, made of brick and concrete, with laundry hanging from the balconies and cracks running through the plaster and windows that are too small and rooms that are too crowded. The people who live there are waking now. You can hear them moving inside, hear their voices, Hear the sounds of a new day beginning. A woman opens a window on the second floor of an insula, leans out and takes a deep breath of the morning air. She is young, younger than you thought, perhaps 20, perhaps 25, and her hair is loose around her shoulders and her tunic is wrinkled from sleep. She looks down at the street, at you, and for a moment your eyes meet. She does not look away. You do not look away. There is something in her gaze, not curiosity, not suspicion, but recognition. The recognition of one person who has been awake all night to another. The recognition of someone who has seen something that cannot be unseen. Then she turns away and the window closes and you are alone again, but not alone. Never truly alone. You walk back to the bench where you sat earlier. The bench near the river. The bench that caught the moonlight. The bench where you watched the stars and listened to the water and felt the night settle around you like a blanket. The bench is empty now, and you sit down, and the stone is cold beneath you, colder than it was before, but you do not mind. Your body is tired, your eyes are heavy, your thoughts are slow and soft and scattered like leaves in a gentle wind. The sun is rising. You can see it now, not the sun itself, but the light, the golden light that spills over the rooftops and fills the streets and turns the river into a ribbon of molten gold. The birds are singing, not the distant, lonely calls of the night birds, but the chorus of the morning birds, the sparrows and finches, and the small brown birds that live in the cracks of the buildings and the branches of the trees. The city is waking. The carts are beginning to move. The merchants are beginning to call out their wares. The children are beginning to play in the streets. The night is over. The day has begun. And somewhere in the space between the darkness and the light, between the world you walked and the world that is waking, you sit on a stone bench and watch the sun rise over the 7 hills of Rome. The bowl is empty beside you. The light is gone. The night is gone. But the memory of the night, the smell of the bread, the taste of the wine, the sound of the river, the feel of the stones beneath your feet, these things remain, will always remain, will stay with you long after you leave this city and return to your own time, your own life, your own bed. You close your eyes and the sun warms your face and the sound of the waking city fills your ears. And for a moment, just a moment, you are not sure whether you're awake or dreaming, whether you're sitting on a bench in ancient Rome or lying in your own bed, in your own time, in your own life, with the memory of the night fading like a dream fades when the morning comes. And the city, without hurry, settled deeper into the night. No, not the night. The night is over. The city is waking. The city is stretching, yawning, rubbing the sleep from its eyes and beginning another day, another century, another millennium of life on the banks of the Tiber. You open your eyes and the sun is higher now, the light brighter, the shadows shorter. The streets are filling with people, ordinary people, going about their ordinary lives, buying bread and drawing water, and calling out to their neighbours, and their children, and their dogs. No one looks at you. No one sees you. You are invisible, a ghost, a memory, a dream that the city is already forgetting. But you remember. You will always remember. The night, the streets, the lamps, the shadows, the smell of bread and wine and olive oil, the sound of the river, and the singing and the soft, steady breathing of the sleeping city. You will remember the woman in the doorway, the old man on the bench, the bakers and the potters, and the women at their looms. You will remember the temple and the dancers and the old woman with her bowl of light. You will remember the night that Rome showed you its heart, its soul, its secret self. The self that only appears when the sun goes down, and the lamps are lit, and the ordinary people of the city gather in their homes, and their taverns, and their courtyards to eat and drink, and talk and love and sleep and dream. You stand up from the bench and the stone is warm now. The sun has warmed it, has chased away the cold of the night, has made it comfortable to sit on. But you do not sit. You walk away from the bench, away from the river, away from the city that is waking and the night that is ending, and you walk toward the place where the sun is rising, toward the light, toward the day that is waiting for you. And as you walk, you hear a voice behind you, soft, low, barely a whisper, and you turn, but no one is there. Only the city, only the morning, only the sun rising over the rooftops, only the memory of the night fading like a dream fades when the morning comes. But the voice said something. You heard it. You are sure you heard it. And the words were these: above it all, the patient stars remained. The moon hangs directly overhead now, and the city has become something else entirely. The sounds have not stopped. They never stop, but they have changed, softened, become the kind of sounds that belong to a world that is mostly asleep. The footsteps are fewer. The voices are quieter. The distant laughter that carried across the rooftops just an hour ago has faded into something that might be a dream, or might be memory, or might simply be the wind moving through the narrow spaces between the buildings. The lamps are burning lower now. In the windows of the insula, the flames that were bright and golden when the night began have shrunk to small flickering points of light, like stars that have fallen from the sky and landed on windowsills and tables and the small shrines where the household gods watch over the sleeping families. Some of the lamps have gone out entirely, and the windows that held them are dark now, dark as the spaces between the stars, dark as the water in the deepest part of the Tiber, where the current slows and the light never reaches. You are walking through a part of the city that you have not seen before. Or perhaps you have seen it, perhaps you have walked these same streets earlier in the night, but the darkness has changed them, has made them unfamiliar, has turned the familiar into something strange and new. The buildings here are older than the others, much older, with walls that lean slightly, as if they are tired of standing upright, and would like to rest just for a moment, just for a century or two. The stone is dark, almost black, and in the moonlight it seems to absorb the light rather than reflect it, to drink it in and hold it somewhere deep inside where no one will ever find it. The moon is full, or almost full, so close to full that the difference does not matter. Its light is silver and soft, and it falls on the streets like water, like milk, like something that you could cup in your hands if you tried. The shadows it casts are long and thin and strange, stretching across the cobblestones in patterns that seem to move when you're not looking directly at them. You stop walking. The street is empty, completely empty, the kind of empty that feels different from the emptiness of the earlier hours, the kind of empty that feels like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something that has not yet arrived. The buildings on either side of you are dark, no lamps in the windows, no light escaping from beneath the doors, no sign that anyone lives here at all. But someone does live here. You can feel them, feel their presence behind the walls, feel their dreams pressing against the stone, like water pressing against a dam. A cat crosses the street in front of you, not the same cat you saw earlier, but a different one, smaller, darker, its eyes glowing green in the moonlight. It moves without hurry, without fear, without any acknowledgement that you exist at all. It is a creature of the night, this cat, and the night belongs to it more than it has ever belonged to you. It reaches the other side of the street and disappears into a gap between two buildings, and the street is empty again. The moon has moved. You did not see it move, but it has moved, shifted to the west, or perhaps to the east, or perhaps simply to a different place in the sky that you cannot identify. The shadows have shifted with it, stretching in new directions, covering things that were illuminated a moment ago and revealing things that were hidden. A doorway that was dark is now touched with silver. A window that was bright is now in shadow. The street itself seems to change, to shift, to become something different than it was when you first stepped onto it. You walk again, slowly, your footsteps soft on the stones. The air is cool. cooler than it was, cooler than it has been all night, and you can feel the coolness on your skin, in your lungs, in the deep places of your body, where the warmth of the day has finally faded away. The river is somewhere to your left, though you cannot see it, cannot hear it, can only feel its presence in the dampness of the air, and the way the stones beneath your feet seem softer, more worn, as if the water has been lapping at them for centuries. A fountain is playing somewhere in the darkness. Not the fountain you visited earlier, but a different one, smaller, quieter, its water falling in a thin stream that makes almost no sound at all. You follow the sound, or perhaps you do not follow it. Perhaps you simply walk toward it without thinking, your feet carrying you where they will. The fountain is in a small courtyard, surrounded by buildings that rise 4 and 5 stories into the darkness. Their windows dark, their balconies empty, their laundry still hanging from the lines, motionless in the still air. The water falls from a stone mask into a stone basin, and the sound is soft and steady. The sound of something that has been happening for a very long time, and will continue happening for a very long time. Something that does not depend on the presence of people, or the passage of hours, or the turning of the seasons. The water is cold and clear, and you can see the moonlight reflected in it, broken into 1,000 tiny pieces that dance and shimmer, and then reform as the water settles. You sit on the edge of the fountain, not because you're tired, though you're tired, but because sitting feels right, feels natural, feels like the only appropriate response to the stillness of this place. The stone is cold beneath you, cold enough that you can feel it through your clothes, but you do not move. You sit and watch the water fall and listen to the sound it makes, and let your thoughts drift, the way the water drifts, the way the moonlight drifts, the way the night itself drifts toward the dawn that is still hours away. A window opens somewhere above you, not loudly, not suddenly, but slowly, softly, the way a window opens when someone is trying not to wake the people who are sleeping nearby. You look up, but you cannot see who opened the window, cannot see anything except the dark rectangle of the opening and the faint glow of a lamp somewhere inside. A voice speaks, a woman's voice, soft and low, but you cannot hear the words, cannot tell whether she is speaking to someone, or to herself, or to the night. The voice fades and the window closes, and the courtyard is silent again, except for the water and the wind and the soft, distant sound of a dog barking somewhere on the other side of the city. The moon has moved again. It is lower now, closer to the rooftops, and its light is different, less silver, more gold, as if it is preparing for the dawn that will come eventually, though the dawn is still far away. The shadows are longer now, stretching across the courtyard, like fingers, like branches, like the arms of someone who is reaching for something they cannot quite touch. You stand up from the fountain and walk to the centre of the courtyard, where the moonlight is strongest, where the shadows are shortest, where you can see the stars through the gap between the rooftops above your head. The stars are still there, the same stars that have been there all night, the same stars that have been watching this city for thousands of years, the same stars that will be watching it long after you're gone. They are brighter now than they were earlier, or perhaps they seem brighter because the moon is lower and there is less light to compete with them, or perhaps they are simply more visible because the air is clearer, because the smoke from the cooking fires has faded, because the city has finally stopped breathing long enough for the sky to be seen. You look up at the stars and you feel small, not in a bad way, not in a way that makes you feel insignificant or meaningless, but in a way that makes you feel connected, makes you feel part of something larger than yourself, something that includes the stars and the moon and the city and the river and the people sleeping in their beds and the people walking the streets and the people who have walked these streets before you and the people who will walk them after you are gone. A sound reaches you, not from the courtyard, not from the buildings around it, but from somewhere further away, somewhere beyond the rooftops, somewhere in the part of the city you have not yet explored. It is a flute, perhaps, or a pipe, playing a melody that is so soft and so distant that you're not sure whether you're hearing it, or remembering it, or imagining it. The melody rises and falls like a wave, like a breath, like the slow, steady pulse of the city itself. You close your eyes and listen, and the melody carries you away. Not to another place, but to a deeper part of this place, a part that you have not visited before, a part that exists beneath the streets and behind the walls and in the spaces between the breaths of the sleeping people. The melody is old, older than the city, older than the hills, older than the river that flows through the heart of Rome. It is the melody of the night itself, the song that the darkness sings to itself when no one is listening. But someone is listening. You are listening. And in this moment, in this courtyard, in this city, in this night that is neither beginning nor ending but simply existing, you are part of the song, part of the melody, part of the great, endless music that has been playing since the first star appeared in the sky and will continue playing until the last star fades away. The flute fades, or perhaps you stop hearing it, perhaps your attention shifts, perhaps the melody simply ends the way all melodies end, not with a resolution, but with a fading, a softening, a slow disappearance into the silence that was always there beneath the music. You open your eyes and the courtyard is the same as it was. The fountain, the buildings, the moonlight, the shadows, but different too, changed in ways you cannot name. You walk to the entrance of the courtyard, a narrow passage between two buildings that leads back to the street. The passage is dark, darker than the courtyard, darker than the street, darker than anything you have walked through tonight. The walls on either side are close enough to touch, and the stones beneath your feet are worn smooth by centuries of feet, by centuries of people who have walked this same passage, at this same hour, in this same darkness. You emerge onto the street, and the street is empty, emptier than it was before, if that is possible. The lamps that were burning when you entered the courtyard have gone out, and no one has come to relight them. The only light comes from the moon, which is lower now, almost touching the rooftops, and from the stars, which are brighter than ever, scattered across the sky like seeds thrown by a generous hand. You walk without direction, without purpose, simply moving, because moving feels better than standing still. Because the night is deep, and your body is tired, and your mind has finally stopped racing, finally stopped asking questions, finally stopped trying to understand things that cannot be understood. The streets are familiar now, not because you have walked them before, but because they have become part of you, have entered your bones, have settled into your memory like water settling into the cracks in the stones. A door opens in the building beside you. Not a door you've seen before, not a door that looks any different from the other doors you have passed tonight, but a door that opens anyway, slowly, silently, as if it is being moved by a hand that does not want to be seen. A man steps out, an old man, older than the others you have seen tonight, older than anyone you've ever seen, with a face that looks like it was carved from the same stone as the buildings, and a beard that reaches almost to his waist. He does not look at you. He walks to the corner of the street, where a small shrine is built into the wall, a shrine you did not notice before, a shrine that seems to have appeared out of nowhere, the way things appear in dreams. He kneels in front of the shrine and bows his head, and his lips move in words that you cannot hear, words that are older than Latin, older than Greek, older than any language that has ever been written down. He is praying to the gods of the night, you realize, the gods who only appear when the moon is high and the streets are empty and the city is asleep. He is asking them for protection, perhaps, or for guidance, or simply for the strength to face another day, another night, another turn of the great wheel that carries the city through time. He finishes his prayer and stands, and as he turns to go back inside, he looks at you. His eyes are dark, dark as the spaces between the stars, dark as the water in the deepest part of the Tiber. But there is something in them that is not darkness, something that is light, something that is older than light, something that has been watching this city since the first stone was laid and will continue watching it until the last stone crumbles into dust. He does not speak, he does not nod, he simply looks at you, and then he turns and walks back into his building, and the door closes behind him, and the street is empty again. The moon has touched the rooftops now. Its light is golden, not the silver of the earlier hours, but a deep, rich gold, the colour of honey, the colour of amber, the colour of the oil that burns in the lamps of the city. The shadows have stretched to their longest, reaching across the streets like bridges, like pathways, like roads that lead to places you have never seen and will never see. You are standing in a part of the city that feels different from the rest, quieter, stiller, more at peace. The buildings here are lower, the streets wider, and between the buildings you can see the sky, the stars, the slow movement of the clouds that have begun to appear, thin and high, and barely visible in the moonlight. A garden is somewhere nearby. You can smell it, the scent of flowers and herbs, and the particular green smell of leaves that have been growing in the dark. You follow the smell, walking through an archway that you did not see until you were passing through it, and you find yourself in a garden that is larger than any you have seen tonight. A garden with trees and paths and benches, and a small pond that reflects the moon like a mirror. No one is in the garden. You are alone, truly alone, the first time you have been truly alone all night. The city is still there, still present, still breathing, but here in this garden, in this pocket of stillness, you cannot hear it, cannot feel it, cannot sense it at all. There is only the moon, the stars, the trees, the pond, and the soft, cool grass beneath your feet. You walk to the pond and look down at the water. The moon is reflected in it. Not the moon itself, but an image of the moon, a copy, a twin, floating on the surface of the dark water, like a lily, like a flower, like a promise. The stars are reflected too, scattered across the water, like the scattered seeds of some great cosmic harvest. You kneel beside the pond and touch the water with your fingers. It is cold, colder than you expected, colder than the fountain water, colder than the air. But the cold feels good, feels clean, feels like something that has been waiting for you for a very long time. The water ripples and the reflection of the moon breaks into pieces, shatters like glass, scatters across the surface of the pond in 1,000 tiny fragments of light. Then the ripples fade and the fragments come together again, and the moon is whole again, floating on the water as if nothing has happened. You sit back on your heels and look up at the sky. The stars are bright, brighter than they have been all night. Or perhaps you're just noticing them now, noticing the way they cluster and scatter, the way they form patterns that you almost recognize, the way they seem to move just slightly, just enough to make you wonder if you are seeing them move or imagining it. The garden is silent. No birds, no insects, no wind in the trees. Only the silence, deep and complete. The silence of a place that has been waiting for someone to listen. And somewhere beyond the rooftops, the darkness drifted on. The garden holds you for a long time, or perhaps not a long time, perhaps only a few minutes. But time has become something soft and stretchable in this part of the night. Something that can be pulled thin like honey or folded back upon itself like a cloth. You sit by the pond, watching the reflection of the moon, and you feel something that you have not felt all night. A sense of peace, a sense of stillness, a sense that everything is exactly as it should be, that nothing needs to change, that this moment, this place, this breath is enough. But the night is not over, and the garden cannot hold you forever. You stand brushing the grass from your knees and you walk back through the archway, back into the streets, back into the city that is still sleeping, still dreaming, still waiting for the dawn that will come eventually, though the dawn is still far away. The streets are emptier than ever now. The lamps have all gone out. The last of them, the ones that burned the longest, the ones that were sheltered from the wind and the rain and the passing of the night. The only light comes from the moon, which is low in the sky, almost hidden behind the rooftops, and from the stars which are fading now. Not all of them, but the faintest ones, the ones that only appear when the darkness is deepest. You walk through a neighborhood that you do not recognize, or perhaps you do recognize it. Perhaps you've been here before, earlier in the night, but the darkness has changed it, has made it unfamiliar, has turned the familiar into something strange and new. The buildings here are different from the others, not taller or shorter, not older or newer, but different in a way that you cannot name, as if they have been built from a different kind of stone, a different kind of memory, a different kind of time. A door stands open, not a door that has been left open by accident, but a door that has been propped open deliberately, with a stone wedged against the bottom to keep it from swinging shut. Light spills out from inside, not the warm, golden light of oil lamps, but a cooler light, a paler light, the light of a fire that has burned down to coals and is only glowing now, not flaming. You step inside without thinking, or perhaps you do think, perhaps you make a choice, perhaps something draws you into this building the way the river draws the rain, the way the earth draws the roots, the way the night draws the stars. The room inside is large, larger than you expected, larger than it looked from the street, and it is empty, or almost empty. A few benches line the walls, and in the centre of the room, a fire burns in a stone hearth, low and red and patient. No one is here. The fire is burning, the door is open, but no one is here. You walk to the hearth and stand in front of the fire, feeling its warmth on your face, on your hands, on the cold places of your body that have been cold all night without you noticing. The coals glow red and orange and deep, deep gold, and they shift slightly as you watch, settling into new positions, releasing small puffs of smoke that rise and disappear into the darkness above. This is a public building, a meeting place perhaps, or a hostel for travellers, or simply a place where people can come when they have nowhere else to go, when the night is too long and the darkness too deep and the loneliness too heavy to bear alone. The benches along the walls are worn smooth by the bodies of people who have sat here, who have rested here, who have waited here for the dawn, or for a friend, or for something that never came. You sit on one of the benches, not because you're tired, though you are tired, but because sitting feels like the right thing to do, the natural thing to do, the thing that people have done in this room for generations. The wood is warm beneath you, warmed by the fire, warmed by the bodies of the people who sat here before you, warmed by the presence of the city itself, which seems to gather in places like this, to collect and pool and wait. The fire crackles softly, a small sound, a gentle sound, the sound of something that is alive and breathing and slowly, slowly dying. The coals shift again, and a small flame flickers up, dances for a moment, and then sinks back down into the red glow. The smoke rises thin and blue, and you watch it curl and twist and disappear into the darkness. And you think about all the fires that have burned in this hearth, all the smoke that has risen from this hearth, all the people who have sat on this bench and watched the same smoke rise and disappear into the same darkness. The night outside is quieter now than it has been all night, the quiet that comes in the hours before dawn, when even the night watchmen have finished their rounds and the bakers have closed their ovens, and the only people awake are the ones who cannot sleep, the ones who are waiting for something, the ones who have given up on sleep altogether and are simply sitting, waiting, watching the coals burn down to ash. You close your eyes and the warmth of the fire seeps into you, into your skin, into your muscles, into the deep places of your body where the cold of the night has settled. The sound of the fire, the soft crackle, the gentle shift of the coals becomes a kind of music, a kind of lullaby, a kind of sleep that is not sleep but something like it, something that rests the mind without closing the eyes. When you open your eyes again, the fire has burned lower, and the room seems larger, emptier, more full of shadows than it was before. The door is still open. You can see the street outside, the moon low on the horizon, the stars fading one by one as the sky begins to lighten just slightly, just enough to remind you that the night is not eternal, that the dawn will come, that the darkness will not last forever. You stand up from the bench and walk to the door, and as you step outside, you feel the change in the air, the coolness that is not quite cool, the dampness that is not quite damp, the particular quality of the air that comes just before the sun rises, when the world is suspended between night and day, between darkness and light, between what was and what will be. The street is empty, but not empty the way it was before, not empty in a way that feels like absence, but empty in a way that feels like anticipation, like waiting, like the moment before a door opens and someone steps through. The buildings on either side of you are dark, no lamps in the windows, no light escaping from beneath the doors. But the darkness is different now, softer, thinner, as if the night is beginning to let go of the city, beginning to release it into the care of the approaching day. You walk toward the river, not because you're trying to go there, but because your feet seem to know the way, seem to remember the path you walked hours ago, when the night was young and the moon was high, and the city was full of sounds and smells, and the presence of people who were still awake, still moving, still living their lives in the darkness. The river is different now. The water is darker than it was, or perhaps it is the same darkness, but the sky above it is lighter, and the contrast makes the water seem deeper, more mysterious, more full of secrets. The boats are still tied to the piers, their hulls creaking softly, their sails furled, their oars shipped. But there is no one on the piers now. No fishermen, no ferrymen, no women washing clothes in the shallows. The river is alone, or as alone as a river can be in a city of 1 million people. You stand on the pier where you stood before, the same pier, the same stones, the same view of the river and the far bank and the rooftops that are beginning to emerge from the darkness. The bowl that you left here, the clay bowl, the one that held the light, is still here, sitting on the stone where you set it down hours ago. It is empty now, dark, no different from any other bowl, in any other doorway, in any other part of the city. But you remember what it held. You remember the light. You pick up the bowl and hold it in your hands, and it feels different than it did before. Lighter, perhaps, or warmer, or simply more present, more real. The clay is smooth and cool, and you can feel the marks of the potter's fingers on its surface, the small imperfections that prove it was made by hand, by someone who sat at a wheel and shaped this bowl out of a lump of wet earth, and then fired it in a kiln and sold it in a market and forgot about it, as people forget most of the things they make. The sky is lighter now, not much, but enough to notice, enough to see the shapes of the clouds that are beginning to appear above the rooftops, thin and high and tinged with pink at their edges. The stars have almost all faded, only a few remain, the brightest ones, the ones that refuse to give up their place in the sky, even as the light returns. The moon is gone, sunk below the horizon, hidden behind the hills, waiting for the night to come again before it shows its face. A bird sings somewhere in the distance, not the first bird of the morning, but one of the first, a small bird with a small voice that is testing the silence, trying out its song, seeing if anyone is listening. Another bird answers, and another, and soon the air is filled with the sound of birdsong, soft and tentative at first, then louder, more confident, as the birds realize that the night is over and the day has begun, and the world is theirs to fill with music. You walk away from the river, away from the pier, away from the bowl that you're still holding in your hands. The streets are beginning to fill, not with crowds, not with the noise and chaos of the day, but with individuals, with early risers, with people who have work to do and places to go and lives to live. A man walks past you, carrying a basket of vegetables on his head, his feet bare, his tunic damp with dew. A woman follows him, leading a donkey that carries 2 large jars, water perhaps, or wine, or oil. A child runs past, laughing, chasing a dog that has no interest in being chased. You are invisible to them, or not invisible, but unimportant, a shadow, a passerby, someone who does not belong to their world and therefore does not need to be seen. They walk past you without looking, without nodding, without any acknowledgement that you exist at all. And that is as it should be. You are not part of this city, not part of this morning, not part of this world that is waking and stretching and beginning another day. You are a visitor, a dreamer, a ghost who walked the streets of Rome for one night and will walk them no more. The bowl in your hands seems heavier now, or perhaps it is lighter. Perhaps your hands are simply tired. Perhaps the weight you feel is not the weight of the bowl, but the weight of everything you have seen, everything you have felt, everything you have experienced in the long hours since the sun went down. You stop walking and look down at the bowl, and you see that it is not empty after all. There is something in it, a small amount of water perhaps, or oil, or simply the memory of the light that once burned there, lingering like the memory of a dream when you first wake. You're standing in a street that you do not recognize, or perhaps you do recognize it. Perhaps you've been here before. Perhaps this is the street where you began, the street where you first felt the warm stone beneath your feet and smelled the smoke from the cooking fires and heard the distant footsteps of someone walking home alone. The buildings look the same brick and plaster, the same windows and balconies, the same laundry hanging from the lines. But everything is different now, because the sun is rising and the night is over, and the city is no longer the city of darkness and dreams, but the city of daylight and work and the ordinary business of living. You walk to the corner where the 2 streets meet, the same corner where you stood at the beginning of the night, when the sun had just set and the lamps were not yet lit, and the city was holding its breath. The fountain is still there, the water still falling, the stone basin still catching the light. But the light is different now. No longer the fading gold of sunset, but the pale gold of dawn, the gold of a new day beginning. You set the bowl down on the edge of the fountain, and you stand for a moment looking at the city that surrounds you, the city that has been here for centuries, that will be here for centuries more, that has seen 1,000 nights like this one, and will see 1,000 more. The buildings are old, but they're also new, in the way that old things are new when you see them in a different light, from a different angle, with different eyes. The sun is rising now. You can see it, a sliver of red above the rooftops, growing larger, growing brighter, pushing the darkness back into the corners and the alleyways and the spaces between the buildings. The light spreads across the city, like water spreading across dry ground, filling every hollow, every crack, every shadow, until there is no darkness left, until the city is bathed in light, until the night is nothing but a memory. You turn away from the fountain and walk toward the sun, not because you're going anywhere, not because you have a destination, but because walking toward the light feels right, feels natural, feels like the only thing to do when the night is over and the day has begun. The streets are busy now, carts and people and animals, all moving, all going about their business, all living their lives in the city that never stops, never sleeps, never forgets. You pass the insula where the people are waking. You can hear them inside, the sounds of a new day beginning, the clink of pottery, the murmur of voices, the soft pad of bare feet on wooden floors. You pass the taverns where the customers drank last night. They're closed now, their doors barred, their windows shuttered, but you can imagine the people inside, sleeping off the wine, and the conversation, and the warmth of the fire. You pass the bakery. The ovens are cold now. The bakers have gone home. But the bread is still there, stacked on the shelves, waiting for the customers who will come to buy it when the sun is higher and the day is older. The smell of bread lingers in the air, but it is fainter now, mixed with the smells of the morning, dust and smoke, and the particular smell of a city that is waking from its sleep. You pass the bathhouse. It is closed too, the doors locked, the windows dark. The steam that rose from the vents last night, nothing but a memory. But you can feel the warmth still radiating from the walls, the warmth of the water that was heated hours ago and is slowly cooling, slowly returning to the temperature of the earth. You pass the temple where the dancers circled and the fire burned, and the goddess walked among her worshippers. The doors are closed now, the sacred flame extinguished, the priest gone to his bed. But the stones remember. The stones always remember. You keep walking, and the sun rises higher, and the city grows louder, more crowded, more full of the noise and movement of the day. The night seems far away now, not distant, not forgotten, but far. The way a dream feels far when you wake from it and try to remember what it was about. You know that you walked the streets of Rome after dark. You know that you saw the lamps and the shadows, and the people living their lives in the darkness. You know that you held a bowl of sacred light and sat by a fountain and watched the moon move across the sky. But the knowledge feels thin now, fragile, like a story that someone told you once, a story that you're not sure you believe. You stop walking. You're standing in a street that you do not recognize, or perhaps you do recognize it. Perhaps this is the street where the night began. Perhaps this is the place where you first entered the city, where you first felt the warm stone beneath your feet, and heard the distant footsteps of someone walking home alone. The sun is fully above the rooftops now, and the light is bright and golden and warm on your face. The night is gone. The darkness has retreated to the places where darkness lives during the day. The deep places, the hidden places, the spaces between the stones and beneath the floors, and in the corners of rooms that the sun never reaches. But the darkness will return. It always returns. When the sun sets and the lamps are lit, and the city exhales and settles into the night, the darkness will return, and the streets will fill with shadows, and the people will gather in their homes and their taverns and their courtyards, and the night will begin again. And somewhere, in a garden that no one remembers, beside a pond that reflects the stars, a bowl of clay sits on the edge of a fountain, waiting for the night to come again, waiting for the light to return, waiting for someone to carry it through the darkness and the shadows and the long, slow hours until dawn. The city, without hurry, settled deeper into the day. The sun is higher now, and the light has changed again, brighter, whiter, the kind of light that leaves no room for shadows, that fills every corner, every crevice, every space where darkness might try to hide. The city is fully awake, and the sounds of the day surround you. The calls of the merchants, the clatter of carts, the shouts of children playing in the streets, the endless murmur of a million people living their lives beneath the ancient sky. But you are not part of it anymore. You are standing at the edge of the city, at the place where the streets end and the open country begins, and the city is behind you now, receding, fading, becoming something that exists only in memory. The stones beneath your feet are worn and old, but they are the last stones, the final cobbles, the place where the work of human hands gives way to the earth itself, to the grass and the soil, and the slow, patient wildness that surrounds the city on all sides. You can see the Tiber from here, a ribbon of silver in the morning light, winding through the countryside, carrying the water of the hills down to the sea. The river is slower here than it was in the city, wider, more patient, the kind of river that has been flowing for so long that it has forgotten how to hurry. The trees along its banks are dark against the bright sky, their leaves moving softly in a breeze that you can feel on your face, cool and fresh and carrying the smell of earth and water and the distant salt of the sea. The road ahead of you stretches into the distance, a straight line of packed earth and small stones, bordered on either side by fields and vineyards and the low walls that mark the boundaries of farms that have been here for generations. The road is empty now, or almost empty. A cart in the distance, a man on foot walking toward the city, a woman leading a donkey loaded with firewood. They are small in the distance, small and quiet, the kind of small that makes you feel large even when you're not. You turn and look back at the city. The walls rise behind you, not the great walls that will be built in later centuries, but the older walls, the Servian walls, dark and massive and streaked with the green of age. Beyond the walls, the rooftops of Rome rise in layers, the insula and the temples and the public buildings, all of them touched by the morning light, all of them golden and warm and full of the life that you walked among just hours ago. The 7 hills are visible from here, the Palatine and the Capitoline, the Aventine and the Caelian, the Esquiline and the Viminal and the Querinal, their slopes covered with buildings, their summits crowned with temples and the homes of the wealthy. The sun catches their edges, turns them into something almost holy, something that belongs not just to Rome, but to the idea of Rome, to the memory of Rome, to the Rome that exists in the minds of people who have never seen it and never will. You should feel sad leaving this city, leaving this night, leaving the people you walked among, and the streets you wandered, and the darkness that held you so gently for so many hours. But you do not feel sad. You feel something else, something softer, something quieter, something that is not happiness, but is close to it. Not peace, but is close to it. Not understanding, but is close to it. The bowl is in your hands. You do not remember picking it up, but here it is, the same clay bowl, the same smooth surface, the same small imperfections that mark it as something made by human hands. The bowl is empty now. No light, no water, no memory of the flame that burned in it hours ago. But it is not empty. It holds something that you cannot see, cannot touch, cannot name. It holds the night. You kneel beside the road. The grass is cool and damp beneath your knees, and the earth smells of morning, of dew, of the small quiet life that lives in the soil, and the roots, and the spaces between the stones. You set the bowl down in the grass, and it sits there, small and ordinary, and utterly unremarkable, a clay bowl, the kind that a potter makes by the dozen and sells in the market for a few copper coins. Someone will find it, perhaps, a child playing by the roadside, a farmer walking to his fields, a traveller resting in the shade of the trees. They will pick it up, turn it over in their hands, wonder who left it here and why. They will carry it home perhaps, or throw it away, or leave it where it lies for someone else to find. And the bowl will continue its journey, passing from hand to hand, from place to place, from one small moment to the next, carrying with it the memory of the night that you carried it through the streets of Rome. You stand and the grass springs back where you were kneeling, erasing the impression of your knees, the weight of your body, the small mark you made on the world. The road stretches ahead of you, and the city is behind you, and the sun is warm on your face, and the breeze is cool on your skin. You take a step, not toward the city, not away from it, but simply forward, into the morning, into the day, into whatever comes next. The earth is firm beneath your feet, and the sky is wide above your head, and the world is full of light and air and the small quiet sounds of a new day beginning. Behind you, the city continues, the merchants calling, the carts rumbling, the children laughing, the women drawing water from the fountains, the men arguing in the forum, the priests tending the sacred fires, the bakers baking, the potters potting, the weavers weaving. The city continues, as it has always continued, as it will always continue, through wars and famines and plagues and fires, through emperors and consuls and kings, through the rise and fall of empires and and the birth and death of gods. The night will come again. When the sun sets and the shadows lengthen and the lamps are lit, the night will return to Rome, and the streets will fill with the same sounds, the same smells, the same small, ordinary moments of life lived in the darkness. The taverns will open, and the wine will flow, and the stories will be told. The insulae will glow with the light of 1,000 lamps, and the courtyards will echo with the murmur of voices, and the river will carry the moonlight down to the sea. And somewhere, in a garden beside a pond, or on a pier above the river, or in the grass by the side of the road, a small clay bowl will sit, empty and waiting, holding nothing but the memory of a light that burned for one night, and then went out. You walk. The road is long and straight, and the sun is warm, and the breeze is soft, and the world is quiet in a way that the city never is. The sound of your footsteps is soft on the packed earth, soft and steady, soft and slow, soft and patient, like the footsteps of someone who has nowhere to be and nothing to do, and all the time in the world to get there. The city fades behind you, the sounds growing quieter, the rooftops growing smaller, the walls growing hazy in the distance. Soon you will not be able to see it at all. Soon it will be nothing but a memory, a dream, a story that someone told you once, a story that you're not sure you believe. But you know what you saw, you know what you felt, you know that you walked the streets of Rome after dark, that you sat in a tavern and drank wine that was mixed with water and resin, that you watched the bakers bake and the potters pot and the women weave, that you held a bowl of sacred light and knelt before a shrine that was older than the city itself. You know that the night held you and that you let it, and that somewhere in the darkness between the sunset and the dawn, you found something that you did not know you were looking for. The road continues, the sun rises higher, the birds sing in the trees beside the road, and the insects hum in the grass, and the world breathes in and out, in the slow, steady rhythm that has been breathing since the first morning, and will keep breathing until the last night. And somewhere beyond the sleeping river, the last traces of night drifted quietly into the waiting light.